advantage through the first couple of corners.
He needs to do something unconventional.
4 hours of racing comes down to this. Porsche versus Mercedes-Benz. Can you get the traction out the corner? It makes the overtake happen with a lap to go. What a bit of racing that one.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European SportsCar Championship. It is the 4 hours of Imola, and your eyes did not deceive you there. It is a wet start. We've already had our qualifying session, in which was a wet weather condition in qualifying, which has just provided us with great entertainment that we saw in that qualifying session. And it looks like this rain is going to continue on into the start of the race here at one of the world's most historic race circuits. I'm Matthew Duffin, joined in the commentary box today by Lorenzo Bonda, and our producer Samuli Kumar will be bringing you all the action and replays throughout the day. Lorenzo, great to be back. We've obviously not been back since the 24-hour of the Circuit della South, but what a way to return Imola, and it's raining.
Yeah, when I thought I was finally relaxing, Mr. Matthew Duffin, when I was finally coming out of my shell, they pulled me right back in for the chaos.
And there will
in
be
the middle of this rain. Yeah, when we thought, okay, it cannot get worse than Zandvoort, or it cannot get worse than Imola 2025, I think we're in for a surprise.
Oh, we most definitely are in for a surprise. We most definitely are, and it's great to be back, by the way, because I missed the last round of this championship due to being at the hospital. So great to be back, first of all, on ACV TV for the third round of the season. We've obviously got Spa, Silverstone and Portimão coming up a little later on in the year. We'll have a bit of a break in between Imola and Spa, ready then for the final three races of the season. But the championship standings are as follows, if we are able to get them up on the screen. They look for some interesting reading, because this is the midway point of the championship, and I must say, it has been an incredible fight that we're seeing so far. In the LMP2 Pro Series, we're seeing that P1 Racing are on 40 points. NOP are trailing by 3 at this halfway stage race of the season. Turn 1 are a little further back on 21 from Team World of Sim Racing. Then it's the Murmica Group M eSports team, Delta Racing, Lion GP, Bravo, Snow. Then it is the AD Korea by Pulsar on 30 points, Impact Sim Sport and Rising Panda Racing rounding out the top 10. That is in the LMP2 Pro category. The Pro-Ams look like this. Impact Sim Sport, a little bit different in this one. Impact Sim Sport have got that lead early doors already. They've got a good buffer over Gowin Racing, who's a little further back. 9 points behind them is ESB Esports by RT. And they are closely followed by AITX Revolution E-Racing, Rosso Esports and the W2E Pro GP team. And Tri-State Racing, all close, within 6 points of each other. That's incredibly close battle for third place at the moment. And then the Pack Sim Sport down the bottom there in 8th place in LMP2 Pro. And the LMP3 Championship, Paul Botting Motorsport, 5 points clear of then Sloward Racing, Camel Llama Racing, and 6 points clear of that of Sim Racked Racing Team. So an incredibly tight LMP3 Championship. Then a bit of a drop down to Ball State Esports. Blue Racing by PBM are on 16 points, as a Paddock.gg, Flight Level Racing are on 15 points, and Tri-State Racing on 4. And in the LMGT3s, it is an incredible championship to keep your eyes on here. 19 cars at the moment, led by Project 91 Racing Team. 10 points clear of Vortex, who are tied with Fisher Motorsport for second. Delta Racing are 6 back in 4th place. NOP are in 5th from Impact Simsport. The Screechy Mooses are in 7th. Simotok Sensations are in 8th with Rising Panda. And Bolt Esports EV rounding out the top 10. And then that then is the LMGT3 balance of performance here at Imola. You can see that 100% fuel, 100% power, and the ballast going in 10 kilograms heavier for the Ferrari and 5 kilograms heavier for the Porsche here today. So that's going to make it interesting between the Ferrari and the Porsche. Obviously, we know that extra weight being added to their cars is just going to hinder them a little bit through the corners. We know that's kind of where the weight will sort of hurt you a little bit more down the straights, it'll hurt you a little bit more than in the corner. It might actually make the car a little bit more stable, especially in the wet weather here. The keys to this race, though: low camber, high temps, high tyre degradation. Track limits is very, very excuse me, is very key around this circuit. A lot of places you can run off the outside of the track and pick yourself up a track limit penalty and overtaking. Well, where do you try and overtake around the Imola circuit? We know heading down in towards Tamburello is a key overtaking spot, maybe down in towards the Tosa hairpin as well, and possibly up to Piratella, but it is very few and far between, Lorenzo. And that's the beautiful thing about Imola here, is you really have to play this race out. Yes, you've got 4 hours to do so today, but you really have to think about where you're going to overtake in these races.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're organizing. This is a race control, just organizing the grid and everything. As we'll go through here, Matthew. These 3 tire changes, 4 tire changes, and unlimited. I think this gets removed from this race because it's rainy.
Yeah,
iRacing has a thing that if it rains, everything gets reset and blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna get into this, and don't blame me. Blame iRacing. Which makes racing now more look like a sprint. So what happens is they're going to be able to get more aggressive out of the gate, right? They're going to be able to maybe, get don't have to concern themselves with the tire strats. Because if this was just like last year, I would argue this makes this race more unpredictable. Because this has, like it said on the key facts, is a high degradation track, and because of the radius of the corners, braking and everything, it makes everything complicated. Now, because we are now talking about rain, there are 3 things I'm very careful of, and one was mentioned: track limits. It's easy to get an off track over here and accrue off track incidents. Secondly, puddles in the white paint on the edges of the track are your worst enemy. And third, and most importantly, is aggressiveness. This track punishes aggressiveness. We've seen this last year. We kind of seen this even in WEC or even in ELMS in real life. So they have to be mindful every single lap, especially for the bronzes, especially if they are on a restart, which makes this a Russian roulette of very big proportions.
And not just on a restart as well, Lorenzo, but when coming through to lap, if you're the LMP2 drivers coming through to lap the LMGT3 cars, very crucial to make sure you do it with the utmost caution, because if you just try and push that limit too far, you're possibly going to find yourself, making a little mistake. Errors are going to be a lot more higher now, aren't they? The chance of an error from drivers are a lot more increased in this race as we're under the formation. You can see the standing water out there at the moment. You can see how the visibility at the moment is not too bad, but wait till these get up to racing speed. That visibility heading down in towards Tamburello is going to be absolutely crazy. You're going to not be able to see a thing out there.
No, they're not. Especially given the fact that we're going to get rain conditions for until, let's say, midpoint of the race. Maybe when it comes to midway point of the race, is where the track could start to get a little bit drier. I am looking through the weather, so believe me or not, I am in sim. I'm watching the radar, weather radar. So I'm looking forward to see that, as now LMP3s are being sorted, LMGT3s are getting sorted. So there goes Benny. Benny, watch out, Benny. Don't crash them out. I'm just kidding. He cannot crash out drivers. He's just gonna phase through them. It's gonna be interesting because this is the first time in this season we're seeing rain, right? Proper rain in this track, and proper rain in the championship, and it's gonna be heavy rain. Also, a big absence I noticed is Rosso. I think Rosso is out of the championship because they lost some of the. I don't know if they are out of this round or maybe out of the championship because they lost a few drivers, and they are organizing things. So I don't know if they have the person. I don't think they had the personnel in this round to start in this race. Of course, there are a few drivers who got a delayed start. They might have to start from the pits, which might benefit from the fact that because of this rain, we could see an early yellow flag, a full course yellow, or or a safety car, a virtual safety car, and then we get a safety car that could group them up together. So they have to be very careful approaching about this. As the lights are going out, I think we're going to get green flag this time by.
We are indeed, and like Lorenzo was saying there, it could benefit the drivers starting from the pit lane and the team starting from the pit lane due to the fact that Tamburello, very heavy braking zone from such high speed coming down the start-finish straight. And it's going to be interesting with that spray, with that congestion of lap 1, what will happen down in towards Tamburello. That's what the drivers are going to be asking, is we're not quite ready to go yet. One more formation lap.
Oh, actually, the pace car actually enters right after the corner, so we could get a green flag depending on circumstances. Because it is a late, sometimes I know in Imola, the pace car can get very late on the pit stop, and we can get on the pit stall, and we get the green flag, but this might not be the case.
No, I don't think it is. It's driven past the pit lane, so we're continuing on. Or one more here at Imola at the moment. But this is going to be the key thing now, isn't it? When we can see already, if we could get Samuli to just jump on board a car, not necessarily on the front row of the grid, that's just sort of in the spray of another vehicle. If we could get an onboard shot of one of them, you'll be able to see that at the moment, even though they're trundling round, there's the spray. You can see the water on the windscreen, the wipers going like crazy. You can see the spray and how wet the surface is already. You imagine that then at racing speed, and this is at the very back of the LMP2 field, by the way. You imagine that at racing speed, that spray's going to be a lot worse, and you've got to try and clear through some of the cars on that grid to get through to the to negotiate. Tamburello first up. So it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, extremely difficult. Patience is going to be the key for those in the back. If you got pace and you want to move forward, be careful. The only thing I'm going to ask you is be careful, because it is very easy to make mistakes in this track. I have a love-hate relationship with Imola, believe it or me or not. Is one of the tracks I am one of the worst at. I cannot get myself around Imola, and I have Italian, so I don't know if that's considered a crime or not, but anyway. But it's a very difficult track for you to get yourself around.
Yeah.
So patience here is going to become key for you to go on to your laps, be calm, because I think we're going to get into a lot of situations where we're going to be a heart and mouth moment where things can go awry without even blinking the eye, to be very honest.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be an interesting result. The cars from the pit lane might get that beneficial start. And like you say there, very difficult to get around it. It's one of them circuits, isn't it, where you almost... It's if you're in a nice rhythm and in a nice flow, it's brilliant. If you're just not quite feeling it and something just doesn't quite feel right, it's a circuit that can bite you and will bite you hard if you make just one or two little errors.
Yeah, it's a track that punishes you a lot in terms of cleanliness. So again, the tiniest mistakes is going to be enough for you to have a little bit of a spin, and this is one of the spins where there's not a lot of runoffs. This is, despite being a grade 8 track, and it has been refitted to receive in 2020 F1 by Tilka 666. This track doesn't have a lot of runoff areas. It has been repurposed and everything, but especially in these more tight sections, it is still more like of an old school track. So
yes,
they're gonna have to be patient about it on how they go through the sections.
Yep, completely agree. Right, we're rounding the final corner now. Will the safety car this time peel off into the pit lane to get this race underway? It hasn't peeled off at pit entry at the moment. So there will be one more lap. I wonder if this is to allow that GT3 traffic to catch up to the back of the queue, because it looked like it was slow to get away at the start of the formation lap. So we are one lap away from proceeding it. I have noticed though that the timer is counting down. So by that logic, has the race? We've technically started this race, so we are eating in to the time of this of the race being started here.
Yeah, it is on. It is just because they had to. They had to sort out the grid because of some things that were happening between communications. So they they decided to elect to start the race. Pretty much, I'm not going to say similar to what happened in Zandvoort, because I think in Zandvoort we also started the race and we were 1 lap in already. And I think we got the green flag at 3 minutes and 56 or something like that. So in here, it's going to be a little bit the same. The clock is going to wind down. It might help the case of maybe saving a little bit of fuel, but then again, all the fuel you might save right now, you're going to spend eventually down the line. So it's still a topic to be observed. They are managing to try the track at least. I'm not seeing a lot of rain. I'm actually zooming on the track. Still spots of rain everywhere, but I don't know if it is like there are some dry patches in some places. There are heavier patches. It's not lots of rain. It is nowhere close to the orange or red zones. We got like very mild green to light green and nearly a cyan blue, especially going to Rivazza. So right now it's calm, but it can pick up a little bit more as the clock winds down, as we are 11:45 for instance.
And you can see here, look, coming up towards Piratella, the rain just looks like it's just coming down a little bit more. It looks a little darker over skies here up at Piratella. There you go, and like you say, it is going to be an interesting one to see. They're obviously going to clear the water at a much slower speed here, so the rain that is falling will be able to puddle back up at the slow speeds we're going. It'll clear a lot much faster during racing speeds, but you could just see coming down here, look, there's some of the standing water down in towards Acqua Minerale is crazy, and that's going to be a real key today to see if drivers, teams, cars, when you're lapping traffic, overtaking traffic, or just on your own, are going to just aquaplane a little bit, maybe under braking as you turn in.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. This 100%. Especially when the track gets a little bit drier as well, this is going to be dangerous because the obvious puddles are going to be close to the bottom of the Acqua Minerale inside the curbs, right? That's where it's going to be accrued. But you don't know how much standing water are going to be on the paint, how much aggressive you can go on your line or on your what we call the dry line instead of the wet line. So things to talk about.
Prepare for green at the end of this lap.
And we're going to get green at the end of this lap. There was one of the reasons why we got longer laps was because if you actually open up the results really quickly, I don't know if you are in Sim, Matthew, the LMP3 lead lap was actually a little slower than the LMGT3. So this is why they had to sort out some of the LMGT3s with the LMP3s. So this is one of the other key topics because maybe GT3s might be faster off the line instead of the LMP3s. This is something to observe as we're going to get green flag right now.
We are going to get green flag, so we'll keep our eyes on the pack order then. But the safety car has pulled into the pit lane. Jesse Ado for the Alpine by XRL team has now taken the control and the pace of the pack as we are about to go green here at Imola for the 4 hours of this race. We're already 15 minutes into it. So a little less time for these drivers out on the circuit. Fuel has been saved. With the wet weather, could they go even longer into their stints due to the fact they may be lifting off a little bit more in this race? We're about to find out what happens at round 3 of the season, the halfway stage by the end of today. And we'll start to see that championship picture play out here at Imola. Then one of the world's most historic circuits in all of world motorsport. We're about to roar with the European SportsCar Championship here live on ACV TV. Towards the gantry we go. The drivers keep their eyes on the lights. And we are green and go here at Imola. And it is a great start from Jesse Ado. Already you can see that spray. You cannot see the cars in the background, bar the headlights, approaching down into turn number 1 of Tamburello we go. Nicely through from the front runners as everybody just tiptoes their way through this Tamburello section of the circuit, down towards the exit they go and head towards now Villeneuve for the first time at racing speed. That spray is really playing a nuisance on the visibility of the drivers. You're seeing some offline there. That is Josh Gowen in the Gowen LMP2 Pro Am car that was the leader in this race, cutting across that of Villeneuve and dropping down a couple of places there. Was that though in Pro Am category or not? We'll see when the timing tower does update. You're seeing cars taking a wider line like Zhao Tome here for the Paddock GT team. That is Connor Botting in the Paul Botting Motorsport car, just running into the gravel through the exit of the toes a hairpin. And there are the LMGT3s, like you were saying there, Lorenzo, a moment ago, keeping pace with the LMP3s at the moment, just purely because they've got that traction control, they've got a bit more grip and a bit more stability through the corners. They're able to keep on the back as we see one of the, I believe that is Bolt Esports car off, as is the Vortex Aston Martin. That is off with one of the LMP2 cars, it looks like, as well. And the Bolt Esports car of Tobias Matsky looks to have a bit of damage. He's struggling to get that turning, so he's got to either try and request the tow or get that back into the pit lane. He's going to park that up and request for the tow surely there. So we could be under a full course yellow or maybe even a VSC early doors in this race.
Yeah, yeah. Apologies, as we kind of figured this track was going to get a little bit confusing and had to get the start. So we kind of decided what is going to be on the first lap. Of course, you stayed a little bit longer. The tires are going to take a while for the heat to pick up, and eventually we were going to get that confusion. There was some, I think we saw the P1 Ducks car as we get yellow flag. I think this is going to be a virtual safety car from race control. So this is pretty much, it's still not called by race control, but there's the yellow flag already. So we're going to probably see more cars being involved in this, and we're going to get our grid probably settled out real soon.
Yeah, probably settled down real soon. We've seen the SRT team, car number 50 and LMP3, have got themselves the meat pole flag, and I believe that's them crabbing into the pit lane. Indeed it is, as here comes Bull State of Nick Henley into the pits as well. And we are under now yellow flag procedures at the moment. We'll be able to tell you what it is momentarily, whether it's full course yellow or virtual safety car in just a few moments' time. Jesse Ado, though, got the start he needed to do. He's got 4.5 seconds over the rest of the field. And the Alpine team then look like they are not taking it so easy at the moment as opposed to the rest of them. That gap's still ploughing on forward, as now they seem to slow down through Acqua Minerale. So now we may be under the full course yellow or virtual safety car proceedings at this moment in time. But the Alpine car there was definitely looking like it was marching on at racing.
Oh, okay,
it's
okay,
still
okay.
building its
This
gap
is
even bigger.
explained. All right, now it's explained. Because of, I'm going to make this 100% transparent with everyone that is watching over here on our broadcast. iRacing has some current audio issues regarding how spotter and voice messages are passed out to the drivers, Matthew. And that actually includes race control, especially on the radio. And there were a few issues from race control. Not their fault. It's completely on the client side on iRacing. And this already has been reported on other events, major events. So this probably happened over here as well. And because of this, we are to expect direct safety car procedures. We're not going to get a virtual safety car.
There we go.
Or a full course yellow. This is going to be a probably direct safety car if any issues happen, to make the drivers a little bit more aware of the situation, I guess.
So there we go. Thank you, Lorenzo, for the update there. So it looks like we are probably going to be seeing more of the safety car today than the full course yellow flags being flown, just due to the indiscrepancies between teams and race control messages not being heard. So this is now a chance for the race to be neutralised, I suppose, and everybody to be backed up by the safety car. But it was a crazy opening lap. We saw cars off everywhere, and that's the difficulty of the opening lap of the race. And while the forecast has still got some rain around at the moment, that track is just going to have slowly cleared a little bit on racing line, but it's now just going to be started to get wetter and wetter once again. But it doesn't look like there's any rain on the screen there from what I'm seeing. So is that rain maybe just passed away a little bit? The sun, it definitely looks a lot brighter. Sun definitely looks like it's trying to...
I can tell you in a little bit.
At the moment. And Lorenzo's going to find out for us what it is doing. But yeah, we're under safety car proceedings here. There we go.
There's a break now on the radar. As right now, we're not going to get any rain at all, but I think it's going to be about 20 minutes, 10-20 minutes of dry track. Then we're going to resume a little bit of a patch of rain, and I can see also more rain as well coming in from the south of the track, where it would be right over here, right at Acqua Minerale and all this section. This is where the track is going to hit first to rain.
noticed as well, if you're noticing your timing screens aren't lying to you, the race obviously got re-bumped up back up to the 4 hours under the green flag lap. So we are at 3 hours 53 minutes left. So we hadn't lost 15 minutes from the start. Race control have decided to put that back to 4 hours, so we get the full amount of racing underway here. But we are under that safety car period, and the race has once again been neutralised. But with that break in the rain at the moment, Lorenzo, even though they are at safety car speeds, this will help clear the water significantly. There's a lot of cars out there to clear that track.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a reminder, pit lane is closed.
I think this race control saying pit lane is closed, but I think it's going to give the drivers the ability to calm down a little bit and reset from this. And since this is now direct safety car, right, it's important to remind that because this is direct safety car, they need to be aware of the safety car procedures of the pits being closed, when the pits are going to open. Race control is saying that through text messages to the drivers, so they have to, and spotters, they have to be mindful about this. So, so this is gonna right now be a moment I think everybody can reset for now.
And a harder job for the teams today, isn't it? Because with the race control messages not coming through properly, this is going to be a harder job for the teams to just make sure they follow by the procedures of this race, isn't it? To make sure that the race, the safety car procedures are followed correctly here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they need to be aware of that. And team drivers, managers, spotters, especially those who are aware with this championship, they're probably going to know this, but some people might make the confusion, especially for those who might be coming in, because I think there were instances of drivers needing backups very, very late after the registration process, and with this made I think the situation of those who might be new coming into the championship of how the safety car procedure works, how the yellow flag procedure works, and so forth.
Well then, let's wait and see what will happen in this race. Like we said, it has been neutralised for the time being due to the safety car, and we'll see what is happening out there. I've just looked at the timing screen at the moment. We have got Tobias Batsky in the Audi, the Bolt Esports Audi, currently into the pits as the rain starts falling once again. So now we're not at racing speed. This will just make that surface a little wetter where the cars aren't circling the circuit. And we also have the Gridline Syndicate team, Andres Bodnar in the pits, the number 50 car in LMP3. Them two was the two that had damage early on, as it looks like Tobias Matsky then is leaving the pit lane. So he's coming out the pits now, and just out of Bondar left to go. So Tobias back into this race, a couple of laps down, but you know, there's still 3 hours 50 to go. Anything can happen, especially in these conditions, that could bring them back into this race to possibly score themselves a handful of points in this race.
Then. Is open for all cars at the end of this lap. Pit lane is open for all cars at the end of this lap. As a reminder,
lane is open for everyone now at the end of the lap. So if they want to get
that stay out.
If they want to get a reset on their strategy, they might do so. And this is important. I got confirmation because iRacing now got the ability for you to, and we can talk about this anytime, right? I love the fact they actually implemented this. The fact that now pit stops can be like it is in proper ELMS or any other real-life series. Field first, then tires. But because I think the championship is still running, still to be decided, this is something to the organizers and all, it's still on IMSA rules. So tires and fuel done at the same time.
Yeah, so this could be something that's implemented, couldn't it, throughout future championships over the next coming years here at ESCC. But if you're all in the virtual grandstand on the ACV TV channel, make sure you say hello and keep the chat flowing throughout the day in the virtual grandstand, because it's when we get safety car periods like this, it could be interesting to see some of your questions that we could possibly try and answer in the commentary box here today. But
I'm going to launch one question to the chat then.
Yeah, go on.
What is your favorite type of bruschetta, chat? We are in Italian track, so let's talk about Italian things. bruschettas. What are your favorite type of bruschettas? And if you want to add reasoning to it, do it, please. We'll appreciate it. Top comment will get literally nothing, just a thumbs up and a pat in the back for myself.
There we go. So there you go. What's your favourite type of bruschetta? As we've seen a few cars into the pit lane. Corbin Lanaway, new lineup for car 6, should be strong today. That is the Impact car in LMP2. We've got Ronnie Richer of the Rising Panda Aston Martin into the pit lane. A few more of the LMGT3, seeing a couple of prototypes coming down pit lane as well. Now, this is going to be an interesting strategy to see what the drivers do in this pit stop here, Lorenzo, because do they decide to come in, just re-top up the tank? You're not going to need to take tyres at this moment in time, but you just re-top up the tank and get back underway with that full tank of fuel, or are you thinking, you know, we're just keeping a close eye on the weather? We might see that the track could possibly be drying towards the end of our current stint, and therefore would like to try and keep to the pit stop times around there. But it's just going to depend on that weather at the moment, isn't it?
It's always going to be dependent on the weather. Looking at the radar over here, it's going to be a somewhat of a mild rain for now. It's not going to be a thunderstorm or anything of the sort. Then we're going to get a small break. But that small break is not going to be enough, Matthew, for you to say, oh, maybe we can start thinking about putting dry tires in the car now.
Yeah.
Because I think we're going to get consistent rain throughout the remainder of the race. We're yet to see, I think, when the first hour finishes, if this is going to develop maybe into a situation where we can see dry track running out. Because when I actually looked pre-race, the precipitation percentage wasn't that big. So because it is not that big, it could be big right now, but it might dwindle as the race goes by, and we might not see any rain again. So let's look forward to this.
Yeah, let's look forward to this when the race resumes momentarily. Then just going to double check the time screens once more. Still, the number 50 car is in the pits. Everybody else is out on the circuit, so I assume we'll be getting back to green flag racing excuse me, anytime soon. Good variety of GT3 cars out there today. Ford Mustangs, Corvettes, BMW, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, a McLaren, the Soul Audi, the Aston Martin. There's an Acura out there as well, so good selection of cars out there in terms of what we're seeing in that LMGT3 class, which is always nice to see a good variety out on the circuit. And obviously then we've obviously got the LMP2s and the LMP3s out there as well. So Jesse Ado, Alpine by XRL, leads in LMP2. Josh Gowen for the Gowen team lead in LMP2 Pro Am at the moment. Jiao Tome in Paddock GG lead in LMP3 right now. And then Henrique Gomez for Bravo Snow lead in LMGT3. So they are your current leaders of each category. We just await now for the resumption of this race to get back underway. We're still under safety car procedures here, and if you did miss it, we've got, as Lorenzo was just explaining earlier, due to the communication troubles that we're having between race control and the teams out there through iRacing itself, most VSCs and full course yellows will be likely to be seeing that of safety cars today. So, yeah, so it's going to be an interesting one. And obviously, as we've already said, if you've just joined us, the teams are going to have to really be on the ball with when they need to pit during the pit lane being closed throughout these safety car procedures.
Yeah, 100%. So, and this is going to be, like I said, for those who are tuning in right now, potential thing of seeing direct safety cars. You know, any issue might actually bring out a yellow flag. So they're going to take it down a notch, calm down, be mindful about this, as right now we are back to green flag at the end of the lap apparently.
Yep, there we go. So we'll be getting the race back underway as the rain continues to fall here at Imola on a very, very wet circuit. Let's see if we can get one lap more at racing speed than what we got earlier on. So a lot of drivers just running wide, didn't we? And we just see them missing the braking zones a little bit at the start of the race, didn't we, Lorenzo, here? Just again, just they've got to find their feet all of a sudden, these drivers, to just find out where the braking zones actually are.
Yeah. Because the braking zones on wet tracks different from normal dry tracks, right? Normally where you'd be braking around the outside, the normal braking line on a wet track might be the middle. And you might brake about 100 meters before you coming into the corner, because these cars are not, they might not have the same stopping power as some of the other types of cars around the racetrack. So they have to be calm and collected on how to proceed with this.
Yeah.
So let's see if this restart is going to be a little bit calmer, because we knew it was, I'm not going to say quite hectic, but because it was quite, there was a few mistakes here and there, I think mostly due to the rain and confusion, especially at the back where the LMP3s and LMP GT3s were entangled pretty much. Let's see if this is going to calm down right now, or if this is basically going to be the scenario while we still have a little bit of rain going on in the track, and we're going to get a bit of break for about 5 minutes or so.
Yep. So let's wait and see what will happen here then as they come down towards Ravazza. We believe the safety car lights, the safety car will be coming in. The lights are off on the safety car, and Jesse Adoa once again slows the pack down, allows the safety car to get back to the pit lane before dropping the throttle and restarting this race as he comes through the final part of Ravazza now. And when does Jesse Adoa decide to go? Because it's a long old start straight here, so he's got to control the pack, and he'll want as little time as possible with everybody around him at full racing speed to maybe have a look into turn 1. The Rising Panda LMP2 team, are they going to be wise to this from Jesse? That being driven by Christian in the car of the Rising Pandas. Is he going to be aware of when Jesse goes? How much is he ready for this as we approach the gantry once again? And still, Jesse now decides to drop the hammer, and the Rising Panda number 46 wasn't ready to go with him, and that's put him under pressure immediately from Ryan McIntosh in the turn 1 car. But Jesse Adoa gets away brilliantly down in towards Tamburello, turn 1, having a look on Rising Panda, but it was just a look. NOP as well, taking a different line in towards turn number 1 of Tamburello. There you go, through the second and third part of the Tamburello chicane. There's already carnage on the start line. That is Ben Winter in the Paul Potting Motorsport LMP3. That is James Pepper as well, going across the grass. The number 76 car there, going across the grass in the CCR car. Number 76, third in LMP3 it was. And what a crazy start already. A driver off at the start line and one off at Tamburello. The LMGT3s though, starting to filter through into Villeneuve now. And it looks pretty clean from the LMGT3s through Tamburello for the moment, as Lucas Santos in the Screeching Moose's Corvette was looking to take the go-karting line almost round the outside of Tozer there. And that great start from Jesse in the Alpine by XRL car has already been closed up by Rising Panda and turn 1 going with him as they come down in towards Acqua Minerali for the first time since the safety car restart. But a good start, Lorenzo, so far. Just a couple of incidents.
Yeah, just minor incidents here and there between the guys, especially I think with the confusion, and everyone might have, bunched up at the start of the race. This first restart here in virtual Imola. So with that being said, there's Paulo Cavo with a little bit of an issue as well. Had a good moment inside the 24 hours of Spa in the GT Endurance Cup, and now there's St. Vaughan overtaking the Ferrari as Tri-State Racing charges forward the number 12, and we'll see how this is going to look like as we finally wrapped up our proper first lap of the race.
Yep, we have finally wrapped up the first lap of the race, and here we go then in towards Ravazza. This is George Watson in the blue by PBM car, looking to try and make a move on, I believe it was one of the GT3s, and he'd get past the Ford Mustang, the leading car of Enrique Gomez, the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang. Further behind is down towards Tamburello they come once again in this race. This is between Connor Botting in P3 and that of James Pepper, with 4th place George Watson waiting in the wings as they all just filter through. Nice and patient. See there, no dives going into turn 1 already with 3.5 hours still remaining on the clock, and that is a sideways Ferrari of James Davelli, the Telios car, coming across the gravel at Tamburello. Got all out of shape. Don't think there was any contact. Looked like he did it all on his own. All looks okay. Didn't hit the wall or anything, so... or is it okay? Is he just... something not quite right there for James Develli? Absolutely losing place, his hand over fist. Was it a slowdown? Will it be back up to racing speed? The Ford Mustang has tapped that of Vortex's Aston Martin around, and that is Vic Decladet in the Vortex car, who is just been tapped around by the Ford Mustang, who was all out of control himself. Yeah, just crazy moments over here on the racetrack. Matthew and things are kicking off a little bit, and it couldn't be coming out at a worse time for Vortex as they needed results. Oh! Now more confusion. Oh my goodness. It's Josh Gowen. The number 18 in the Gowen car is on its side. That is through the chicane at the top of the circuit. Well, we're under safety car proceedings, as you can see on the dashboard there. Impact number 7 have also got the meatball flag. And Samuli will definitely try and get us a replay of what has happened just there. To that of Josh Gowen, who receives the tow back to the pit lane. And we'll wait to see what happens on the screen for us. Lorenzo's got the look of being in the iRacing server right now to be able to see it on his end. And hopefully Samuli will be able to find that one for us to show you the audience at home. Yeah, sadly there will be no replay. So Lorenzo, what happened? I might give the radio replay, Mr. Matthew Duffin. So what happened was Josh and I think came in too quick into the transition from the first leg of the second leg of the Variante Alta. As soon as he did that, Francisco Quinque managed to avoid, but the car right behind, which was the impact of Harry Mental, just made full frontal contact and T-boned Gowen up to the point that the car was actually just split halfway laterally into the racetrack, and the impact car, the number 7, is also broken. So this is what caused the safety car. James Tavelli also into the pits. There is impact that their car was broken due to the contact there. Sadly, we won't be able to bring you replays throughout today's event. So we're just going to have to... Lorenzo's going to be our radio commentator for the replays that we might have to see if we see an incident. He'll be the one to try and keep our eyes on that. But Matthew, one thing I can promise, I will not be able to do any Gordon Murray impressions or Jeff Kamara impressions. Neither any of the radio commentators. Don't expect me to do like Hindhog or Haven impressions as well. You're fine. You'll be able to tell us in detail, I'm sure, what has happened, like you just have done in that one. So then, 24 minutes into this race, and we're under our second safety car proceeding of the race. This wet weather, Lorenzo, is causing havoc out there for these drivers. Yeah, we expected chaos, but it wasn't in unprecedented ways like this. As I saw Corbin say that we might go into 5 safety car procedures. At this moment, I'm inclined to say we might go a little bit more because there's still more rain to come. We're just ending, I think, this first patch of rain. Then we're going to get like a 3, 4, 5 minute break. Then we're going to get a lighter patch of rain, which might get into the way of the drivers a little bit. But just craziness what's transpiring on the racetrack. Yep, pure craziness. This might turn into a 4-hour podcast here of what could have happened at Imola. So my voice is not ready. We're not able to give you much racing action at the moment. Second safety car procedure of this race at the moment here at the halfway stage of the season. And I suppose if you're the race leaders, you're not going to be too worried about this one at the moment. Gowen already coming out the pit lane. They wouldn't have had a lot of damage to repair there. They was just on their side and are now coming out the pit lane. So Gowen on their way out. Yeah, it'll be Impact who's obviously got the bigger damage to repair. Not sure what happened to the Ferrari in that one as well. The Ferrari of the Telias car. James Develli, we saw him very slow. We thought it may have been a slowdown. Out the pits he comes now. So back into this race. and he's going to try and slot in just in front of your team there, just in between your team and the one in front there, the WG Pro GP car. He slots in between now in LMP2. I believe that we're not going to get the wave around. If race control are struggling to get the messages across at the moment, I believe we're also not going to get the wave around in this race so far. So that might neutralise that one as well.
Yeah, we might get some good old confusion on how this might go, but I can hear some messages from race control. I don't know if the drivers can hear that as well, but I think wave arounds are mentioned sometimes by race control via text chat, so they might be aware of this transpiring on the racetrack. So look, let's see if that is going to happen, because from what
during the safety car.
Yeah, I think this might actually be a short safety car, by the way, as I just got the text of they will not open in this lap, and we're going to get 1 to green, so we might resume our race right now.
Just noticing then, so we have got the impact car in the pits, as we know, with that damage. We've got then the Audi of the Bolt Esports car back into pit lane. So did that have another drama? Because it's been in the pit lane for over a minute now.
This lap. Reminder, no
so I wonder if Tobias Matsky then had another issue. The lights are still on the safety car. You can see that the rain still just slightly falling, almost spitting, if you will, on the windscreen of the Alpine by XRL car of Jesse Ado, as we are approaching half an hour into this race. So we're almost at 1 hour in. And we've seen 2 green flag laps at the moment. That has been the chaos that the rain has brought to Imola in what has been, don't get me wrong, I love a good wet weather race. I think it's brilliant for the action and the drama. But at the moment, we've not been able to get more than 1 green flag lap underway. Oh, sorry, no, 2 green flag laps I believe we got on the previous time around. Yeah, let's see what will happen under the next restart. I believe the lights have just gone out on the safety car.
Yeah,
yes, they have.
It's going to be green flag this lap.
So here we go then. Hang on to your hats, folks, because we're about to do it once again here at Imola. As the clouds just clearing a little bit, just seeing a bit of sun coming through. But like Lorenzo has said, this could be that spell of 4 to 5 minute break of the rain before it comes back a little bit more once again. It's not scheduled to race for the whole race. The event, we saw the precipitation was very low, and that could mean that the majority of the race should be dry, and it might just be this first hour where we're going to be interrupted by the rain. But Jesse Ado, well, third time's a charm. He did it at the start, he did it on the second restart, he's now got to do it here. Can the Rising Panda team this time be a bit more wary to what he's going to do? Well, no, they can't, because he's gone a lot earlier this time. Well, he's gone very early. The Rising Panda reacted better, but not great. They've dropped turn 1, though, who was really asleep at the wheel during the start of this restart. So we're back underway just before the half an hour mark into this race. And Ryan McIntosh asleep at the wheel there for that one, because he didn't go with the Rising Panda car at all. And let's see what's going to happen now on this restart as the spray still causing havoc. That is Francisco Pereira in the number 96 LMP2 car, just losing out a position there to that of one of the, in fact, was that one of the LMP2 Pro-Ams? I believe it might have been. It's lost out another position to one of the LMP2 Pro-Ams. It's the Pack Sim Sport car. Bit of a twitch on the rear. Keeps it all together, though, out of Villeneuve. So not the start that the car behind would have wanted. And Francisco there doing everything he can. This is the Ferrari that is being lapped at the moment by this LMP3 traffic. Here is Xiao Tom, the leader in LMGT3, being overtaken by one of the LMP2 cars that would have been down the order after a moment or two earlier in this race. So Zhao will not fight that one too hard at all as they continue on up the hill. And you were saying about the LMGT3s possibly matching the time to the LMP3s in this wet conditions at the moment. Well, there's the race leader, the Screeching Mooses of Lucas Santos on the back of the Ferrari to put a lap on it after it made its pit stop under the safety car then. So Lucas Santos and the Screeching Moose Motorsport team. Corvette will want to try and get past that Ferrari as quick as possible, but the Ferrari's almost being held by the LMP3 a little bit here as we've got a spinner, and that is Delta Racing car number 31 around on the exit of the chicane. Can't see any other cars involved, so was it a moment on his own?
Yeah, I'm looking on the replay locally over here to see if there's anything happening. It was basically on his own. Same thing that happened to Gowen. Gowen basically happened to him as well. Oh, there was a nearly second incident that happened right after that. I think nearly involving Pulsar. actually Gary Spence in the Tri-State LMP2 Pro-Am, he had a little bit of an incursion as well. He nearly made contact with the Impulse with the Pulsar car.
Ferrari is now being left by some of the LMP3 cars, as the LMP3s will be able to stretch their legs a little bit down the start-finish straight we go. So one racing lap under the bag. As we can see here, this is Ben Winter for the Paul Botting Motorsport 99 LMP2 Pro-Am car coming down in towards Tamburello. 5th in class at the moment, but has got the black flag drive-through penalty or stop-go penalty. We're not sure which at the moment. For something, the black flag there on the screen doesn't mean they're disqualified, it means a penalty. So we're pit lane. For what, sorry?
They were supposed to start from the pit lane.
So there we go. So they would have been given a penalty for that. I'm sure we'll get the penalty message popping up on screen anytime soon. There we go. So there is car 99 that was meant to have a pit lane start. So they've got a drive-through for that one. So the Paul Botting Motorsport, as that is Luis Vazquez in the Revolution car, who is around number 52 P4. They was in LMP2 Pro-Am, and they've got the meatball flag as well. So we've clearly made some contact with something somewhere, and so does Delta V. P10 in LMP2 Pro have the meatball flag also. So was there contact between the two cars? Lorenzo's going to try and investigate that one for us, and we'll surely report in with what has happened there.
Yeah, just give me one moment and I'll get you guys what happened in this instance. Okay, I got it. It was right after. It was right on Piratella. Vasquez lost control. Made actually contact with Gary Spence in the Tri-State Racing car. Luckily for Spence, he didn't spin around or anything of the sort. The problem is, the first one on scene was Bieri, and he made contact fully into the back of Vasquez and eventually broke both cars in this instance.
Well, hopefully they can get them back to the pits before this race is neutralised once again. But Vazquez is really struggling as he's just approaching the chicane here. We've got a drive-through for the 29 for what should have been a pit lane start. They've received a drive-through as well. So drive-throughs coming in thick and fast. And Luis Vazquez needs to hope and pray that he can get to the pit lane before the lead traffic comes around, because that car is looking very, very difficult to drive at the moment.
Yeah, they're at Piratella right now. He parked it.
So there we go, parked it. Is that going to bring out the safety car once more in this race? We'll wait and see. But so far, Jesse Ado doing what he needs to do. 2.3 second lead.
He didn't park. He's actually on the side of the road. He's about to park now on a safe area. There we go.
So hopefully we stay green flag then. Drive through for the 84 now for a pit lane start as well. So hopefully this remains green flag racing. The Alpine team leading the race. Turn 1 of Ryan McIntosh, who actually got past the Rising Pandas in this race, as they look a little squirrely. The spray's a lot calmer down at the chicane at the moment than what it is when you come out after it.
Yeah, right now we are on a section of the race where it's no rain whatsoever. We're gonna get light patches of rain here and there right now, Matthew. So it's not gonna be constant. There might be light patches about 5 to 10 minutes here on the racetrack, but the density of rain has actually picked down from 100% to about, give or take, as I think we're gonna get the yellow flag on the racetrack, and so the cars can align themselves back up again. We're gonna get it basically short patches of rain, then it's gonna be dry. So we might see a potential of dry tracks here and there, of dry track here and there, as the car 52, I think that is the IIT car, is able now to tow back to the pit lane.
Now then, third safety car, just over the half-an-hour mark. So Corbin Lanaway said 5 safety cars. We're on 3. We're not even an hour into this race yet, Corbin, so I think your guess may have been a little bit low there at the moment. Corbin. Now, for these LMP2 cars, does this give them the opportunity of, if it does get drier and that rain doesn't come, like you said, the chance of precipitation has dropped a little bit. What does this do? Because you can already see a dry line look coming up on the circuit approaching Piratella now. So this track is starting to change as the race is going on. It's drying quick here at Imola. Does a team gamble a slick tyre on their first pit stop maybe?
Highly risky. I wouldn't risk myself. It's slightly wet. Of course, we're seeing the wet line, the dry line starting to form, especially at the racetrack. It is 27 Celsius degrees on the racetrack with the track temperature, with the ambient temperature looming around the 20-something degrees as well. So because right now we are on a moment where, okay, this is dry, but there will be light rain coming, and I mean really light rain in about 3 to 5 minutes, and it's gonna be short. I don't know if some teams would risk going to the dries because they are already seeing some dry lines on the racetrack. I still think that the wet tires are the norm in this first hour. Maybe as it goes down, we're going to see lighter portions, as I already see rain over here on this section of the racetrack.
Yeah, so if this is only a quick burst of rain here at the moment, like you said, possibly 5 to 10 minutes of rain, light rain as well. So if this is that little burst of rain now under the safety car, you've got to think we've been under the safety car for the majority of this race so far. So the fuel these guys are saving will be absolutely astronomical in this race. And if this rain comes and goes before the safety car goes back into the pit lane, what will that do by the end of their first stint in this race? We'll keep our eyes on the timing tower, and if we start to see some dry tyres popping up on that timing tower, we will report in and let you know when and who the first team was that have risked that dry tyre. But at the moment, like you say, we're all wet under that safety car proceeding, and we have now got this little burst of rain falling at the moment. It definitely doesn't look as dark as what it did earlier when it was really coming down.
No, it doesn't. It looks more crisp. I look at radar, I look at the racetrack, I look at everything. It is crisper as it was when we started the race, and when we would have thought, okay, this is a proper wet racetrack. But now this is starting to look more dry racing. I'm not gonna say pod racing yet, but dry racing of sorts, as we are now under this light patch of rain. I would estimate about 5 to 10 minutes tops of rain here on virtual Imola. Then it's gonna calm down. The problem is how long that calm before the storm or calm before the rain is gonna be.
Sorry to interrupt, Lorenzo. Just noticed a few drivers coming down the start-finish line,
Will not open
coming off of that drier line and looking for them wetter patches out there on the circuit. So already we're starting to see the effect of the tyres just maybe getting a little bit too hot here.
Lap. Reminder, no passing
Yeah,
before
because
the finish line.
the longer you stay within the dry line, the more likely your tire and pressure is going to build up. And if it builds up quite quickly, it might allow for overinflation of the car. With that, it might make the stability of the car all shot up. So this is why you're staying in the wetter areas, where you're looking for that patch of rain, where you're still looking to develop the car and try to maintain the pressure as low as possible, and the tire temperature as low as possible as well. Because like I said before, it is going to be a light patch of rain. It might be enough to keep the tires moist and somewhat wet, and still warm up to the temperatures where you could have wet racing. After that, I don't know how long the break is gonna be. 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The weather says one thing, but how it goes on a minute basis, it can change everything.
And indeed, so we'll keep our eyes on that weather for sure. It is definitely at the moment the biggest talking point of this race about what the weather is going to do.
And we're going to get a restart at the end of this lap, by the way.
There we go. So the safety car lights coming off now. We'll see the safety car in just a few moments' time. There they are. Lights are off. You can definitely tell that dry line has just got a little darker, where it has got a bit wetter due to going around under the safety car. Rain still falling at the moment. And this has made the opening part of this race, I'd love to say a real entertaining one, but we've been under the safety car for the majority of it. I think we've had about 5 racing laps in almost the first 45 minutes of racing here at Imola.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can get this one back underway in a few moments' time. And back underway for a good stint of green flag racing, because these interruptions can just throw a driver out of a bit of its rhythm in this race with so many interruptions, just as you keep having to start the race, get back going you then have to slow everything back down. Right then,
Go.
Jesse. When do you go this time? You went late the first time. You went early the second time. What is take 3 going to be for you? Went at about this point last time around. This time he's got to try and distract that of turn 1. Who's behind him? So Jesse Ado in the Alpine car. Looks like he's waiting and waiting and waiting. And hasn't yet dropped the hammer at the moment. You can see that trial line, though, definitely down the start straight as Jesse Ado now drops the hammer. And back to green flag racing we go here for the 4 hours of Imola with 40 minutes gone on the clock already.
Oh, we got a jumper in LMP3.
Jump starts. Is that in LMP3?
Yep, we got a jumper in LMP3.
Right, so there we go. So that'll be looked at by race control, no doubt there for possibly a jump start in LMP3 then. But all in towards turn 1 they go. Some of the prototype cars just trying to get ahead of the GT3s before Tamburello. Down in towards Villeneuve now. They approach. You can see how dark it is down by Villeneuve. You can see how wet it is down by Villeneuve as opposed to the start-finish straight here then. Wipers fully on. That spray definitely not what it was at the start of this race. You can definitely tell the track has dried a little bit compared to the start here. And there you can see the dry line. That is the dry line of turn number of the start-finish line. And then this is what it is down by Tosa as you come uphill towards Piratella. Again, dry air line. But that spray, Lorenzo, already a lot calmer than what we saw at the start of this race. So it's not going to be as bad out there visibility-wise for these drivers. They will be able to see that little bit more as Francisco Piera coming under a bit of pressure in towards Aqua Minerali and manages to fend off that pressure behind the Pex SimSport car, the P1 car in LMP2 Pro. And this is Nathan Walter in the P1 Racing P10, number 10 machine on the back of the ADC by Pulsar number 96 car for 9th and 10th in LMP2 category already. But a good restart here so far.
Yeah, good restart from everyone. Calm, mild restart as we have an issue with one of the, I think that's the DSP car that is actually spun around. As it is Francesco Manuel Arena, and now we got Alex Gonzalez from Team the World of Sim Racing. Oh, nearly made contact the W2 and also I think another car in the LMP2 Pro-Am.
It did indeed. Ignore the safety car message at the top of your screen. That one is false at the moment. That we are not under safety car proceedings as far as I'm aware. As Alex Gonzalez now gets back going from his spin at Ravazza and down the line we go. So we have finished the first flying lap after the second safety car procedure. Rain still continuing to fall and that drier line on the start finish straight gets darker and darker as this rain continues to fall here once again. Drive through for car 23 for for not completing a pit lane start in this race. We're seeing drive-throughs come up thick and fast for the same reasons at this moment in time. And this little shower, I think, has been a bit heavier than what we thought, Lorenzo, because we only thought it was going to be a light shower, but it is once again really poured a little bit here and caused that dry line to completely disappear through Villeneuve down into Tosa.
Yeah, it's raining more heavily around Tosa and Villeneuve. It's getting more light towards the back end of the racetrack here, Matthew. But didn't change anything at all regarding how the race has been considered. As we have more
James Dovelli for Telios has been disqualified from the race. That's why you've just seen him disappear. That's the black flag with the white cross through it you're seeing on your screen. We've been told he has been disqualified from the race at this moment in time. We'll get a message on screen, I'm sure, for the reason why.
That's iRacing car disqualified.
Oh, that's iRacing disqualified. There we go. So it's not even the race control. So we might not get the message as to why he's been disqualified then.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything at all regarding that. I'm gonna try to look for more information about the Telios car, but doesn't seem to be a issue regarding race control. I think it might be iRacing, or they haven't taken the proper drive-through penalty if they haven't gotten one.
Right. Well, that's possibly the reason why Connor Botting.
That is confirmed. That is confirmed.
Connor Botting here has had a bit of a moment once again. Them puddles just starting to form up a little bit more through the curbs of Ravazza. The spray I noticed as well coming down towards Ravazza looked a little heavier. You can see the spray just starting to appear back on the racing line down the start-finish straight. So that shower has caused a lot of dramas in this race. Drive through for car 97 for a pit lane start. Provo Snow still leading LMGT3. Blue by PBM leading LMP3 as well at the moment, as here comes Nick Henley trying to overtake one of the Porsches down in towards Tamburello. and gets that move easily done. But the LMP3 cars through the corners will be a little bit slower than the GT3s, and that's where we saw in qualifying times almost similar between GT3 and LMP3. And through they go.
You know how many drive-through penalties were issued for pit lane starts?
11 if I saw. If it's the ones I
12.
saw. 12, there we go. I saw 11 this morning when I checked the stewards' reports that we get given in the commentary box. I saw 11, so there must have been another one since I looked this morning.
Yeah, one more. There was one more who got a pit lane start, but all the other ones were because of the lineup submission after deadline. This was brought up by Race Controls. Now we're looking through Hickey Gomez, as he had one of the biggest jumps of this whole race, and is now leading the LMGT3 pack. As there's an LMP2 car on the inside of the Pro-Am. That opens the door for Shimichi Moose to try to, overtake an all-America battle over here on the racetrack.
It is indeed Corvette versus Ford at the moment. Ben Winter in the pole botting motorsport, the 99 car, currently running P4 in category at the moment, is some 35 seconds though behind that of Josh Gowen, who is back up to P3. Can you believe it or not in this race, by the way? Was on his side at the chicane that brought out one of the safety cars earlier on. He's back up to P3 in class, and he's only 7 seconds off of P2 at the moment.
It's insane how this race progressed of sorts, man. As now, Gary Spence having an issue on turn 1. I think he had an issue maybe with Rafael Pereira. Is that the case? I'm going to look on the replay. I'll get you that information.
Not sure then, but that's
he nearly contact with Pereira. Actually, Pereira had to take evasive action to avoid getting crashed by Spence on turn 1 because Spence came in too hot and I think missed a braking point. Just couldn't brake in time.
Cars coming in for the drive-through penalties then in this race as through goes Ivan Chambers in P8 at the moment in that Corvette, the Blue by VR team, coming down just ahead of Delta Racing for 8th and 9th into Tamburello. There you go, that rain just still coming down as that's a spinner. Once again, that's Nathan Walter, the P1 Racing LMP2 car in P9 has had a spin, and this could allow Delta Racing to get past. There is one of the Porsches, that is the Simitok Porsche, who has also had a moment out of Villeneuve. So drivers, there's another one. There's Josh Gowen, who's P3. He's had a mistake down at Aqua Minerale. So cars seeming like they're making their own mistakes with this wet weather at the moment.
Yeah, just crazy. And we are on the tail end of this light patch of rain, but we're going to get more and more. And it's going to transpire this on the racetrack. Just crazy how this race is progressing as we're looking through George Watson. So over here, try to look ahead on Ball State. Cannot get through. As you can see, the car's skidding around a little bit. And the LMP3s, because of the speed and everything on the front line speed, they have more speed than the LMGT3s. But the cornering speed, actually, because of everything, the LMP3 is actually, the LMGT3 is a little bit better. There you go, George Watson on the inside because it's whole mayhem.
Yeah, George Watson got past there because the LMGT3 in front of him was trying to attack the Lamborghini going in towards the chicane. Just like that little bit of patience. You see how heavy the rain is falling down at Ravazza. Oh, and hello, back up the inside goes the LMP3 car. Believe that is Ball State, who's just come back up the inside and gets the move done on George Watson. So a great little fight between these two here, as now the LMP3s will be able to pull away or get past that of the LMGT3s if they can get close enough. They've got LMP2 traffic coming through as well, and that might not be the lead cars. That might be cars just coming through for position as they head in towards Tamburello. It's one of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars going up the inside of one of the LMP3s. The Lamborghini just has to sit and wait, and look, gets caught out by High Slow. The prototypes are the Lamborghini there of Di Constanzo is just so slow through the corner because of the fact that he's got so much momentum he can carry through, and the other cars in front haven't. That's delayed his run in P4.
Yeah, nearly made contact. Di Constanzo right there nearly got into an issue, and it could have been problematic not only for the LMP GT3 but also the LMP3 as well, as Hanley now gets on the tail end of getting overtaken by the DSP car, and but still not enough for George Watson to come through. Just saying that still looking forward to see what's going to go down, as Pence has one more issue on Variante Alta, and he gets overtaken now by Gowen.
Yep, so Gowen move up into second place in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. They are 14 seconds off the leader of Pack SimSport. They was on their side about half an hour ago. We're nearly into that first hour done, and that is Nathan Walter. Big lunge all over the curb. Got it sideways, and it's been tapped around. Oh, well done to get that stopped before hitting the wall there, Nathan Walter. But has lost a lot of time there with contact with the LMP2 Pro-Am car.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happening. A little bit of miscommunication as Walter is now coming back into the racetrack right in front, I think, of the X car. As now more issues on Variante Alta, as well as we're now seeing Blue by VR and Ivan Chambers having more issues. Aiden Johnson, the Sahara by XGT LMP3 having more issues coming too. Man, this Variante Alta is claiming more dead people as one more. Has an issue with Garrett McAllister in the Tri-State Racing on Variante Alta. But we should get a death counter on Variante Alta with the amount of incidents we're seeing.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of drivers have spins themselves. Tom Bryant in the Mercedes-Benz getting up the inside of Ronnie Richer in the Rising Panda Aston Martin there at Ravazza, the first part of it. Good move that from the Mercedes, as now it's on the back of the Porsche, as there is Aqua Minerali. That is Rafael Pereira in the W2E Pro GP LMP2 Pro-Am car. In the Pro car in 21st position. It says the Pro-Am name on the team name, but that is definitely classified as the Pro Runners today there, Lorenzo.
We got promoted and I didn't even know.
Well, there we go.
Well,
I'm just checking the timing screen. Yeah, you're definitely listed on the timing screen as 11th in the LMP2 Pro category. Stop go 30 for car 97, could have avoided major incident. Apparently that's why they've received a drive stop go 30, and the 97 is that of the Sahara GT Aiden Johnson P9 in LMP3 at the moment. So there you go. Your team's had a nice little promotion there in this race.
it's odd because we always run in Pro, but it might be something happening, but I relate them that this is a situation that is not the case. As Christian Crimprea has an issue on Taza, might have been a contact issue from what it looks like on Crimprea, but I really want to bring this up because I think this is interesting, Matthew. Right now we are in the state of this race. The track is very lightly wet. It picked rain back once again, a light patch of rain once again, especially on at the tail end of the racetrack, but it's still not enough for you to say it's a dry track. But tires are now going to become more problematic because the dryer lines become bigger and the tire temperature and pressure becomes bigger and harder to control on the wet tires. So this is something that people might need to be mindful about it.
Well, Christian there in the Rising Panda car was just being overtaken by Leandro Tonnen in the Bravo Snow car at the chicane, and they was both very slow out of it as they were side by side going in. So it's the Alpine car that leads in the number 36 at the moment in LMP2, Pack SimSport leading Pro, and Paddock GG leading LMP3, and then that of Bravo Snow, who has got George Watson between the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang and the Screeching Moose's Corvette. The Bravo Snow car was a little wide out of Tozer there. You see that dry line appearing, drive through for car 88, overtaking under safety car. So the 88 now has a drive-through penalty. That is a Simitok Porsche, currently running P4 in the LMGT3 category, so big loss for them.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happening, but there's still a long time for the race as to wind down, as you can see rain once again, and this is gonna be. I'm looking forward for this development of racing now, Matthew, because this gives the uncertainty of drivers. This is what I long for to see in endurance events, especially in sims. You can see the dry line, but there's so much wet line and there's so much uncertainty around the darker areas, in the curbs, in the AstroTurf, that you wonder, is the better line actually, is the better way to go for us with the wet, with the dry tires, even though the rain is very light and it's not constant? Should we go for those dry tires? But go on.
The problem, I think, for that, buddy, is yes, you've got that dry line, but if you do then have that pace advantage, you're just going to be stuck on that dry line. Because the minute you come off of it, you're going to be a helpless passenger in the cockpit. So, although it might be getting ready for the track, because you've got to think as well, the wet tyres are going to start to be screaming. Look, we're seeing here with Ross Nurseworthy for the Simcast car, just looking for them wet patches of circuit just to try and cool down the wet tyres from overheating, overinflating, which could cause punctures, it could cause that loss of grip, it
100%.
could cause numerous issues. So it's kind of a double-edged sword at the moment. Do you take the slick tyre, but almost act like a scale electric car where you're slotted into a fixed rail and have to go around that rail along the circuit? Do you stick to the wet tyre but possibly have that overheating effect?
No, agreed, 100%. So this is something that makes drivers, especially those who are more experienced and those who are bronzes as well. You know, the bronzes are still learning through or trying to get more racecraft, getting that experience, you know, of you understanding how the race naturally progresses and what is the proper mindset. I'm not going to say a winner mindset, but a proper mindset moving forward. As I like this. I like what is going on as Paulo Calvo is going to have to fend off the cool Kamalama racing car on Rivazza as they approach a nearly not yet dry area. I think this is the area of the racetrack besides Acqua Minerale, which might be still the most wet in terms of a racing line.
Yeah, completely agree. The start line looks absolutely bone dry on racing line, and that line is widening every lap we see a car come down the start-finish straight. That dry line looks a lot bigger down the start-finish straight. You can see though into Tamburello. Look how wet it is through Tamburello, and this is it's James Pepper there getting a little cross-armed as he bounced off the curb. And the other thing to notice here, this track requires you to almost, especially in the GT3 cars, run them curbs to try and take the best line through the corners.
Yeah.
Them painted white lines and the painted curbing sections are going to be even wetter than what's on the circuit at the moment.
Yeah, like I said, you could even argue it's lava. Calvo with an issue.
Yep, deep went that of Paulo Calvo in the flight level car, went so deep at toes of it, and through went the CCR car, so the Camel Lama racing car there goes through and moves up into second place in the LMP3 category.
Yeah, the slightest of issues for Calvo right there on the braking, trying to find the wetter line and try to have a little bit of performance on the braking, and just misjudged a little bit as now Rafael Pereira has more issues in the W2 car as he is merging back on the racetrack. I think I've
just noticed, well, they have got the light blue colour on their car for the number.
I told we're still a
I'm
Pro-Am
not sure
car.
why they're being shown in the pro field at
Tiny
this moment.
issues, I guess. We were P2 until a certain point.
Yeah, so that's going to be one for race control to figure out who in the correct categories here then at the moment, because so far we don't know where the W2E Pro GP sits in that LMP2 Pro-Am category.
No, we are P2. It's because we were LMP2 in the 24 hours of Lassard. This is why might cause a little bit of confusion. But with that being said, it is basically as a Pro-Am car. As people who might see listening to this broadcast, I am the manager of the team and one of the drivers. So this is why I'm saying with certainty we are in the Pro-Am. But lack of professionalism aside, they have lost one position because of this issue. Now Goen is in P2 in the category, and they are sitting P3 for now, as now we're looking to Leonardo Tonon and the number 46 Rising Panda car fighting for 5th place as they go through the GT3 cars, one of them being a Porsche, as they go right at the exit of the final corner and get on straight. You can see a little bit of rain coming in again on the racetrack on the front stretch, but weather-wise, now we are on a longer period of rain as it stands for everyone on the racetrack. So the track might get a little bit more wet because of this longer standing rain. It's still going to be a light rain on the racetrack. Might help the tires to calm down on the pressure, cool down the car a little bit, and progress on this race. As now Nathan Walter trying to fend off from Josh Goen now and on the start-finish line. This is not a battle for last, but it's going to be for track position as Gowen has to fend off, has to slow down a little bit, avoid any issues. He knows this is not a battle that will matter for points. And the car right behind is the AIT car, which sits 5 laps behind. So it's not a battle for position per se on the racetrack. Still, as we finish basically our first hour, we're barely seeing our first hour ending already, as Alpine by XRL leading us out in the racetrack. Yes, now Lucas Santos and Hiki Gomez have an issue right in front of the leader in the Ball State car, also with the issues on the exit of the Variante Alto, as the Variante Alto claims another victim on the racetrack, but I think all cars seems to be in one piece. Bravo Snow is still in the lead, but that opens up the move for Kitsune to look around on the inside. Costanzo looking on the inside, has to go to the outside to try to cover off any potential moves from Screechy Moose Motorsports. But now the top 3 battle is properly ignited for the first time ever since the restarts of this race here in the virtual Imola. There's the blinking of the headlights coming from Di Costanzo, looking around the outside. There's a little bit of defensive move from Gomez on the inside, but Costanzo still looking for that opening. Now, after Villeneuve coming into Taza, how the braking is going to be between a All-American battle with an Italian Pastrami and sitting in the middle. There you go, the Italian Salami sitting in the middle, and in that sandwich, still Costanzo basically still retains P2 at the moment, and Lucas Santos in the Screechy Moose car right behind in 3rd place, as they're going to get overlapped by an LMP2 coming into Acqua Minerale. Still going through with this race, as we're slowly approaching the LMP2 pits. I would argue all the LMP2s that haven't pitted basically all race long, they might be approaching the first pit stop of this race. This is important. We had 3 yellow flags, 3 safety cars due to issues with iRacing, not allow race control to send out the issues for full course yellow and virtual safety car issues. There's contact between Gomez and Di Costanzo, as the leader of LMGT3 gets spun around by Kitsune. And with that being said, Lucas Santos, who's no slouch, is going to pick up the lead in LMGT3 and basically relegates Gomez into P3, as I think Matthew Duffin just comes by in the middle of chaos. So whenever you come back, every single time, Matthew, there is chaos.
Always is the case, isn't it? As here comes Lucas Santos in the Screechy Moose's car. 2nd place, losing out to the Lamborghini there of the Kitsune car. The Bravo Snow 5 seconds further back. So I'm not sure what has happened to the Bravo Snow car, but it is no longer in the lead. It's down in 3rd place.
He got into contact.
Now, there we go. The Screechy Mooses are back into that 2nd place then, as that rain still continuing to fall. I'm noting here 2 hours 56 minutes left on the clock here at Imola. And into the pits comes the World of Sim Racing's Alex Gonzalez. And now is the time we're going to start to see these prototype cars come into the pits. You may be thinking, if you've just tuned in, wow, they've gone a long distance, 1 hour and 5 minutes. No, we've been under safety car 3 or 4 times in this race, so they've been able to extend longer because of that. And this is where the team strategists and team drivers are all going to have to now work out the strategies for the remainder of this race, especially as you can see up this top end of the circuit. The circuit does look like it's drying up towards the chicane a little bit more now. The rain's still falling though, and it changes on different camera angles, because we're not seeing any rain here yet. And then as we pan out, the rain starts to fall. So kind of throwing us off the scent at the moment with these camera angles in terms of where the rain is. There we go, as Samuli goes on board. It is still pouring with rain at Ravazza.
No, it's basically raining pretty much on the entire racetrack, looking at the radar, Matthew. So right now we're on a longer period of rain, but it's not going to be that heavy rain for the drivers to be concerned about, as they're going to have to, just approach this carefully. This is where I think the tires are going to be kept moist and wet, but it's not going to be enough, I would say, to affect the racetrack cars. There's a spun car in the AIT car on Acqua Minerale, as we're still seeing Jesse Udo lead us by, as he's still yet to pit, and we're going to see more cars coming in. With that being said, Impact in number 6 coming into pit in this lap.
Yep, and Jesse Udo has had a great race, hasn't he? He's had 3 restarts, including the main start of the race to deal with. He's dealt with them all brilliantly. He's got a 6.5 second gap to turn 1. Jesse Udo, it's been fantastic for the Alpine team at the moment. Really good start to their race here at Imola. PBM lead in LMP2 Pro Am, the CCR team lead in LMP3, and Screeching Moosters lead in LMGT3. So they've got back ahead of the Lamborghini. Bravo Snow are back up into second place as well. So I wonder what has happened there, as we're still seeing that water being cleared in this racetrack. There is Bravo Snow right on the back once again of the Corvette of the Screeching Mooses. So where is the Lamborghini fell off to? Because the LMGT3 shouldn't need to pit just yet. The Lamborghini's down in P9. So Di Costanzo. No, I'm not seeing any pit stop times on the timing screen that I've got next to me. So they've not been into the pits from what I'm seeing here. So maybe a mistake they've had somewhere.
Yeah, I'll get you that information in a short bit.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. Working double time today on this one. Working overtime to get us the replay, or Total Radio was the replays here. But yeah, Marco.
They had a drive-through. This is why.
There we go. So drive-through penalties. That is why. So thank you very much for that one. We've just seen Danilo in the chat as well, saying that in the virtual grandstand, saying that Kitsune had a drive-through penalty. So there we go. Drive-through penalty that they've had to serve. And they're down in 9th place. As into the pits comes more of the prototypes. Jesse Ado into the pits, as that is a spinning vortex. Once again, they have had a nightmare first hour and a bit of this race.
Just crazy development for them into this race, man. They cannot catch a break, especially for a team that is battling for the championship, right? And they were all the way back now into P6, of course, due to the strategies and everything that is transpiring. But they need to be up closer, because, like, the championship is still open for grabs. I'm trying to look for Project 91 on the racetrack. They are not in the lead. I'm looking for them. They are all the way at the back.
Yeah. So crazy right now out there what is happening between some of these teams, isn't it? It really is an interesting race. And this is the end of this race will be at the halfway stage of the season. So this is going to be an interesting one to see where we stand in the championship going forward, as here comes Fabian Elbers now in that Alpine car. Can he do just as good a job as Jesse Ado did in this race? They've got a drive-through. They must have been speeding in the pit lane.
I'll get you that information in a short bit.
So all the good work that Alpine have done, they've just been given the black flag. I've not seen anything pop up on screen to suggest why, so I can only assume they have maybe sped in or out of the pit lane, and they have got a drive-through penalty for it.
Now looking over here on the entry, doesn't seem to be, because they had an LMP3 car from the Pole Body Motorsport right in front. After the pit stop was actually done, Fabian Elbers took over in the race car. Looking over here, I wonder if they... Hold up. Did they have any issues? It could have been speeding right at the exit of the pit lane, just a few kilometers more, and iRacing might have picked that up, because, again, now the dynamic of cars actually changed. Oh, no, we got a Scarp, spun around on Aqua Minerale.
Yep, Tyler Satterfield in the Sahara GT car has had a moment on entry into Aqua Minerale there then. So, that's the point we've seen, though, where it has got the worst bit of standing water. That is the Simitok car.
Or not.
Tirole
they got into contact with the number 92.
Across. So there we go. So the Sahara has made contact with the number 92. Whereas the Simitok car, the 88 Porsche, staying off of the circuit, not yet rejoining. Not seeing a meatball flag next to their name as they rejoin now, right into the path of a couple of prototypes being side by side, and the Porsche of the Fischer car down in towards Ravazza. And that was all a little bit scary between everybody there then. Alpine back into the pits for their drive-through. Now, will they take the lead in this race? I don't think they will, because Turn 1 have exited the pit lane now. They may get second place back, but Alpine... Well, will they actually? Because Impact have gone through, NOP have now gone through. Alpine here have just cost themselves at their first major pit stop. They've cost themselves that lead of the race. In fact, is it a stop-go penalty because they've stopped stationary in the box?
Did they get an unsafe entry or something of the sort? Because that can happen as well. And that is a 20-something second pit stop. If they did get that, that is going to be horrendous or something like that. Or maybe an iRacing fuel bug that sometimes can happen. So that is going to be disastrous for them. And one more thing that actually was brought up to attention, some of the teams that might be getting got already some drive-through penalties because of incident points. We got 20 incident points in this racetrack. For this track, for 4 hours, it's low. It's a low threshold of mistakes. You must be mistake-free in this racetrack where it's easy for you to accrue penalties like this. And I think because of how everything transpired, it's just been like that. As Pope Body Motorsport in the P3, sitting now in P3 in the LMP2 Pro class is coming back out onto the racetrack. Is now getting overtaken by the W2 car, now relegated to P4.
Relegated to P4. So even though W2 aren't showing up in the Pro-Am standings, we believe they are a Pro-Am runner. And Lorenzo would know because that is his team. So, yeah, they aren't showing on the Pro-Am
anyone to say otherwise.
They aren't showing on the Pro-Am standings, but they are a Pro-Am team as Fabian Elbers comes back out the pit lane. And look at that, Alpine now down in what would technically be in 11th place if you remove WTE Pro GP off that timing tower. They're in 11th place and are a long way back from Delta Racing. So all the hard work that Jesse Ado did in the first stint, Fabian Elbers has got to do it 4 times the amount in this stint.
Yeah, it's kind of like all over again.
He'll be hoping for a safety car now. This is where the Alpine need a safety car to get back on as close as possible to the train here in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting how the race calmed down and picked down a little bit. As now Goen has a yellow flag. What happened to Goen in the number 18? They didn't have a mistake. I'll get that information a short bit, but they could have got it into the wrong end of the stick coming out of Oriente Alta, which was the case. They actually cut the track on the entry and they got a slowdown.
So they've got the slowdown. That is another car off. That is the 92 LMP3 car of Nathan Mann. Rejoining on the exit of Villeneuve there. So just going a little deep through the second part of Villeneuve. That is the blue by PBM car. You see that dry line appearing a bit more on the approach up to Piratella in this race. But just still that rain falling across certain parts of the circuit, and then it appears, look, mid-corner, and Nathan Mann drops the rear. Mid-corner through Piratella there then. So has he overheated them tyres a little bit? In fact, is he?
Potentially.
Let me double check something here, because that went very easy there. We're on Nathan Mann.
I'm wondering if he pitted. I'm trying to find if the LMP3s...
He has pitted. He pitted on lap 26 of this race. We're on lap 30. My screen says he's on the wet tyre. I just wanted to double check if he was on the slick tyre for a second.
That could be.
But at the timing screens, he's saying he's on the wets. So he's possibly just overheated them wet tyres a little bit. And the spins that's happening on the drier parts of the circuits is just not going to help them wet tyres even more.
Yeah, because right now this is what I said. I'm loving the aspect of this race. It is raining enough to keep the track slightly moist, but it's not enough to keep the track wet or make it more wet than it already is. It says on sim, very lightly wet. Can you go to the slicks and take a risk? You could, no problem whatsoever, but it's not going to be enough. You're going to have to take another risk and potentially go for those wet tires, because the remaining of the track, there are some patches which are more rough than others, where there's still very light, heavy areas of wet track. So this is why this is happening.
And like you said, Lorenzo, the rain is falling enough to keep it wet, but it's not enough to make it wetter. So that is where these drivers have just got to be careful out there. They've got to look for them wet patches. We've seen Paolo Calvo in the flight level car, P3 and LMP3 there then. Spun around on the final part of Aqua Minerale and gets back going. So it looks like he's possible. That's the wettest part of the circuit. That has been the wettest part of the circuit all race. And drivers still being caught out by that fact, as we're almost going three wide in the background. Yeah, just saw the massive amounts of spray offline in the background. Not sure who that was with, but we carry on our way. Hopefully all three of them have made it through nice and comfortably. Nope, one's around. That's Ross Norseworthy then in the Simcast car in LMP3.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that as I don't know if we actually had more mistakes done as we did. Gabriel Yilmaz for the ATR team having an issue for the Turkish team, so probably going to lose out the position to Nathan Edwards as now Screechy moves. What a save! What
all under braking. All under braking there.
Save.
Lucas Santos with potentially at the moment save of the day in the heavy braking zone in towards the chicane. Down in 12th place. Are they pitted? Because they're down in 12th place. Double checking. Yes, they are pitted on lap 31. They pitted last lap, so they are on their first flying lap since being in the pits. They are on the wet tyre. But yeah, save of the day that.
Yeah, as the W2 team gets a drive-through for overtaking a car under safety car. Gonna look what the issue is, to be very honest. There was a GT3 that actually came out in when the pits were closed.
Ferrari, yeah.
So I don't know if, because I saw their teams overtaking that, so I wasn't 100% sure if the penalty was going to come down or not. But anyway, it is what it is. Race rages on as Vortex goes on through. Kitsune trying to get their position back.
They are indeed after their drive-through penalty. And the problem is, they've got another black flag turn, so they've got a drive-through penalty to do all over again. And that is why incident responsibility just popping up on the screen, drive-through penalty,
I guess,
for the 56. So they have got yet another drive-through too. So they've got pace today, showing good pace, but just too many drive-throughs costing them in this race result at the moment. Here is Leandro Tonnen, the Bravo Snow LMP2 car at the moment. Seeing a lot of traffic. LMP3 struggling to get out the chicane. A lot of the prototypes actually struggling to get out of the chicane at the moment, just trying to put the power down through the wet surface. The problem with it at the moment, the chicane's going to be difficult to drive because it's such a slow part of the circuit. Drive through for the 47. As we're seeing, that is the World of Sim Race, I believe, has just put a lap on the LMP3 car as well. A bit of a dive down the inside on the entry into Ravazza. They all start to come through down the start-finish straight once again here. But yeah, that chicane's going to take a lot to dry, as that's one of the Ford Mustangs around. That is Derek Wagner in the Impact number 16 car, who has had a moment at Ravazza, gets back going once again, and tucks back into the slipstream of the LMP car in front.
Yeah, crazy. And by the way, the incident wasn't with the Bravo Snow. It was actually with the Talios car before they had the
Ferrari.
They had the issue in the racetrack.
If I remember, the Ferrari came out the pits, didn't it, and slotted just in front of the W2 Pro GP car, which was a lap down as well. It had just gone a lap down because it pitted under just as the pit lane opened, and then they come through after the Talios car come out the pits.
Just crazy development over there, man.
So we'll see what happens there. World of Sim Racing, Alex Gonzalez. This is P7. Trying to get onto the back of the car in front, which is that of Tonnen, the Bravo Snow LMP2, not LMP3, apologies. Up towards the chicane, there you go. You can see that spray, very minimal. The wipers are on just for the rain that is currently falling. But the track, very wet through the chicane. That's where they're going to struggle to get out on exit. Gonzalez there, a decent exit though, as they hit that drier patch once again. Rain falling heavier, you can see on the windscreen, as they come into the chicane and down towards Ravazza than what it is on the approach to the chicane.
Yeah, that's where the rain is at. Is actually the most heavy in terms of the radar, but it's not raining everywhere. If you look at Tamburello, the radar shows it's not raining. That I think that's the only part of the racetrack, if we're looking on the radar, that is actually saying not raining at all. But it's progressing.
Let's see on board Gonzalez here, because it's still raining on his. In fact, that might just be the spray kicking up. It looks a lot wetter down by Tamburello though. Rain is still falling at Tamburello. So Gonzalez has got rain on his windscreen. Through Tamburello he goes, look, and it is raining down there. So yeah, the forecast maybe not telling the full picture at the moment there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, again, the radar tells one thing, the track tells another, right?
Yeah. And you can only go off what the track is telling us, because that's what the drivers are going to be facing. Right. The radar gives you sort of 40% of the picture. What the drivers are seeing in front of them gives you the rest of that 60% or 90%, should I say, because they are the ones that are going to experience it as they approach that section of the circuit. So as much as the team can say, look, Tamburello, there's no rain, by the time the drivers come down into it, well, I'm going to report back to you that it is absolutely chucking it down.
Yeah, just interesting developments as Tonon, and as you could see, there was a car merging back from Acqua Minerale as it's the world of sim racing that it was coming back, and Tonon made the overtake. So Alex Gonzalez has to be on the front end of the tail end of trying to get the position back. As you can see, the car has a lot of pace coming down the Taza Rivazza as he goes on the late braking. There's contact between both of them. A lot of respect gone between the drivers, but the Brazilian gets on through, holds the position for now.
Holds the position for now, but Gonzalez looking pretty racy, pulls to the right-hand side as we look at it over that wetter line, drier line, sorry, and just getting bottom of his car, part of the tyres cooled down. The left-hand side tyres on that car will be being cooled by the fact that they're on the wetter line of it, though. Pulls in front into the drier line, and that of Alex Gonzalez, the Team World of Sim Racing, get through. They move up to 6th place in LMP2 with a good little move, good run out of Rivazza down towards Tamburello, and moves up another place.
Yeah, trying to make moves at World Sim Racing after the mistake they made a little bit earlier, as they are now in front of the number 46 of the Rising Panda, who looks on the inside of the LMP3. Two try to look around the outside of Taza, made a little bit of contact with the Remy Lush right there, as Gonzalez looking very aggressive out of the gate, trying to make moves.
Looking really racy, and he seems to be one of the only drivers that we've seen look this racy in these conditions. Don't get me wrong, other drivers are battling hard out there, but they're a little bit more cautious. Gonzalez has decided to throw caution to the wind and go absolutely at it, as the Rising Panda car of Lush there then gets puts a lap on the LMP3 driver, and that puts Gonzalez on the back of the LMP3 driver now, and that allows the Rising Panda team to just pull away ever so slightly. But like you say, Alex Gonzalez has thrown caution to the wind, has decided to go flat out here as much as he can. Does he just spin around the LMP3 car on the exit of the chicane? Connor Botting was a little slow to come out the chicane there, and Gonzalez into the back spins him around, it looked like there. And Connor Botting, 2nd place, will just loses out a little more time to that of Paddock GG. And yeah, that I'm sure will be looked at by race control.
Yeah, speed kills right there. Unfortunate to see that, but speed kills. I know that's going to be reported 100%. And Botting, you know, after what happened in Zandvoort, I think with one of the, I'll just say right there, one of the weirdest results I ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah.
Right. What happened to the top 3? They were like just eating a popcorn, eating a waffle, whatever, stroopwafel, whatever they were eating. Then out of the blue, okay, we're P1 now. And then eventually they clinched the result in the LMP3s and were propelled into the front end of the championship. And the LMP3s are trying to do their best to hold this positions inside the Italian track, but having issues. And I see a puff of smoke coming outside of Variante Alta. I think Gary Spence had an issue on the exit of Variante Alta one more time, and the issues are occurring for drivers. And like I said before, that can make things complicated for drivers as the sense goes down, because like I said before, you get 20 incident points at the beginning of the race, and then 10 every so forth. There is no DQ limit, but the threshold just gets smaller at once you pass the 20 axis. And because how the start of this race, the first hour of the race has progressed, I think a lot of the drivers might be within that threshold of maybe 17, 16 axis, 17, or maybe getting closer to that 20. We've seen already 20 being done.
Just want to cut you off there a second, Lorenzo. Apologies.
Go on.
This is Aaron Beaver in the Fisher Motorsport LMGT3. You can clearly tell that isn't an LMP3. They are being classified as LMP3 at the moment on the timing screens. And some of our producers just brought up the tyre graphic. They are on the slick tyre. I don't know where they are in position in LMGT3. I cannot tell you that for love nor money at the moment. But they're on the dry tyre. They are the first team to have risked it.
Fisher, they are B39 overall, but in class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They are P13 in class.
So 13 in class. Project 91 have just exited the pits with Labe in that car. They are now also on the slick tyres. So the LMGT3s, obviously they've got the traction control. They have now gone onto the slick tyres. This is Sam Vaughan in the Tri-State car from P5. All the GT3s started Sam Vaughan to put the dry tyres on. So the GT3's clearly feeling like the track is now developing enough to be on that slick tyre.
I think that, like I said before, I think that it's a possibility. I'll argue some teams might be risking that, especially for the LMGT3s, because they have those electronics, and because they have those electronics, it makes it easier for them to drive around the racetrack and risk it more than maybe the LMP2s and LMP3s does. So this is why I think they're being more conservative. But with that being said, it opens up the race, because I see some sections of the racetrack over here, Matthew. For example, Tamburello, it's if you get the tires slightly off angle on the transition from the first leg to the second leg, there's a puddle of water. And if you catch that with a slick tires, puddle of water means puddle of blood on the racetrack. Not, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So,
Suppose danger, basically.
yeah,
Suppose
danger. Lots of danger.
You've seen there that Labe in the Project 91 Porsche was very slow to get out of the chicane there. So clearly, where the track's at its slowest parts through the chicane, so Acqua Minerale, Tamburello, places like that, where it's a lot slower and it takes a bit longer to clear that standing water, just struggling a little bit. But we'll keep our eyes on the progression of this race at this moment in time as we go through into the first hour and a half in the bag. We're approaching half distance. Thankfully, we've had a great period of green flag racing, as that is Nick Henley for Ball State just going off at Ravazza. Now the question is when do the LMPs think to take the slick tyre? Because I think they're a long way away from taking the slick tyre at this stage at the moment. So we'll see what's going to happen. But I think they're a long way, just because of that lack of ABS in the car and other things. It's just going to be a lot harder for them in these sort of damp, greasy conditions at the moment.
Yeah, because like I said before, this track is not going to be, I don't think it's ever going to be considered dry. If it does, it's going to be at the end of the race. Because I look at the radar, it's not going to pick up heavy rain like we saw at the start of the race. I see some greenish areas, but it's not going to be enough for you to be considered as heavy rain. As we saw issues on the racetrack with Jean Thomas in the Paddock GG car, as there's a drive-through for the number 3 Tri-State LMP2 Pro M car. So they're going to have to come into the pit lane and serve a penalty for incident responsibility. I'll let you know specifically what is this incident responsibility. I think they made contact with the number 10 car in the racetrack. So that brought up an issue that with a P1 racing car. So Garrett Spence is going to go to the box and serve a penalty and relinquish P5 to the W2 team. So that's the only thing we have going on the racetrack. And also Kitsune getting also a drive-through responsibility for making contact. Then now with the Bravo Snow that we saw earlier on battling for the lead in LMGT3. As still other things to come by, as we are now half an hour away from ending the first half of the race, as Connor Botting is in the pit lane, still yet to do a driver swap. So Connor is going to come out of the pit lane this time by, as now we're properly in the cycle of the LMP3s to do their service. And we're going to resume race. They're going to resume their stint so far. Looking forward to see if they already put some dry tires in the LMGT3s, as Connor Botting is one of the first cars actually putting dry tires in the LMP3. So I think the LMP3s now properly doing their cycle in the dry bins. So Wonder if the LMP2s are going to mirror that, or if there will be anyone else still risking the wet tires due to some portions of the racetrack being more wet than usual, especially at the first sector of the racetrack. Looking forward now as we're looking into Delta Racing, and now Aaron Beaver with an issue, broken wing. I don't know which car has the broken wing over here on the racetrack, but they nearly got into contact with the Delta Racing and a P1 car as Beaver has a broken suspension. He's into the pit lane, so we're probably seeing those dry tires not being fully effective and the whole stint. We're gonna try to get a replay gonna get on the replay over here myself and try to get more information. As I say, I think one more issue for the Screeching Moose car. Lucas Santos has just had an issue of breaking into the Aqua Minerale and spun the tail end of the car around. But more mistakes being done.
Yeah, more mistakes being done, and it's not just incidents on the track to be reported, it's incidents in the commentary box. My PC chair has just decided to snap on one side, and all of a sudden I'm leaning in the chair. So I've had to stand up, I've had to remove the chair, contact my partner who's out at the moment to go and get me another chair, because now this one has gone and it's leaning almost to the right. I'm almost sat at like 10 past if I was to sit in the chair.
It's kind of like you're in a MotoGP car of sorts.
Yes.
Leaning towards
I've just sent a picture in the commentary chat that we've got here in the ACTV Discord. I've just put a picture of it there. So similarly put safety car for Matthew's chair.
Oh my days.
In the box. You've just seen it, yeah. And that has just gone during the broadcast. I was sat perfectly straight, now it's gone. So the chair...
No, if I get my camera on, of course you guys are not going to see it. It's kind of like going to be like this every single time. It's kind of like you're leaning on a MotoGP car of sorts. But anyway, as now we're looking into Bjorn Philippe's and turn one for the lead of LMP2, as Lisa Lindahl is going to have to fend off the Bravo Snow. And I think there's one car, one LMP2 car up in front. Which one is it that I'm trying to make out, as Impact tried to look on the outside of Elisa, but Elisa managed to fend off this first charge from Impact quite well.
Yeah, indeed they have, and like you said, we've got cars from LMP3 into the pits now. We've got that off the Paul Botting Motorsport. Connor Botting himself has decided to pull the trigger and get onto the thick tyre. He's now on his first flying lap since his out lap, so we'll keep our eyes on his lap time and just see what he's doing, because that for the rest of the LMP3...
Dry tyres coming out for the LMP2s, okay?
Oh, really? Yes, we have. Yeah, that is Delta V and the Rising Pandas, who have just gone on to that dry tyre. The Rising Panda, well, it might not be dry enough yet, because it was running second in LMP2. It's now backwards on the pit exit. It is span and has rolled so far down the track. Thankfully, that should not really have given it any damage, but it just lit up the rears. The pit exit is still going to be soaking wet through, by the way. So it has just lit up the tyres and has made that mistake. Hopefully now, I tell you what I would have done, may have given the slicks a bit of temperature in them.
For sure.
Oh, they've just got a black flag, so they may have just picked up too many X points, and they've got a black flag as well, so they've got a drive-through to do. So all that temperature they've just got is now going to go away here.
Yeah, and now they're going to suffer through some of these sections, as there's a lot of also sand spilled into Timbrello, so I think someone had an off-track on Timbrello as well, beside Remilich.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll see what the Rising Panda do in terms of if they come into the pits this lap or not. Again, keeping our eye on them lap times for that slick tyres, because into the pits come Mermica. So they're going to now take that gamble. Where is Paul Botting in LMP3? They did a 54.4, so matched the pace of the leader James Pepper and Paolo Calvo in the flight level car, so matching the pace of the wet tyre. So we're at that crossover now, it seems, for the slicks and the wets. Also into the pit lane has come Delta Racing. Mermica are out on the dry tyres now, so I can tell you that they're out on the dry tyres. So we are clearly at that crossover phase of this race, from slicks to dry, from wets to dries.
Yeah, and the track still has rain. It's still going to persist, but it's, like I said before, it's not going to be enough to make the track wetter, because of how many cars still on the racetrack. They're still spilling out rain, Matthew. So because of this, the track is still gonna be very lightly wet unless we get like green areas of rain within the racetrack. So this is gonna be I'll be very honest. This is basically a high-speed version of a Russian roulette.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, there it is. That is the Rising Panda. Once again, look, off. So still with that drive-through to do. They're on the dry tyre, but they have once again gone off. That is Gawain, who are also off. Gawain are on the wet tyre, so it's not just the slick tyres having problems out there. The wet tyre is also struggling out there at the moment, but that could be for the opposite reason of the fact that it doesn't have the grip because it may have worn through its tread, and all them nice little grooves on the tyre may now sort of be going bald, where the wet tyre is just getting too hot. Like you say, the rain is falling, it is keeping the wet parts wet, but with how many cars are circling on the circuit out there, the dry parts of the circuit are just getting better as this lap goes on. That is car number 3, the Tri-State car, that is on the wet tyre also. That is the leader, James Pepper in LMP3, who is going very, very slow, who did a 53.4 last time around. I can tell you that Connor Botting's team, the Connor Botting and the Paul Botting Motorsport, did a 53.8. So we are at that crossover at the moment, and I think we're starting to see the wet tyres run out of grip while the dry tyres are still struggling to find some grip.
I can see that. I can see why, as now Connor Botting has an issue on Fariat Telta again. I truly wonder, is anyone actually going to be under the 20 incident point threshold today?
What a crazy hour and a half we've had in this race already. We've still got 2 hours, 22 minutes to go, and we've already seen so much happen.
Yeah, and for those wondering, nobody had his multi marijuana or something like that. It's not 420 day. That's just how rain racing it is sometimes.
Connor Botton into the pits. Remember,
that's an early pit.
Well, they just came out the pits on the slick tyre. Penalty. Being told penalty. Drive-through penalty there. It is, look. So they may have hit their 20-point limit as well. So
yeah, they did.
Yeah, we've got incidents in the commentary box. We've got incidents out there on the circuit. Tyres going off. Tyres not getting up to temperature. Not keeping their grip. You can see here. Look, Gareth McAllister straight to the wet part of the start-finish line here. What a day! What a day! What a day, man. We've got timing tower errors with teams in the wrong categories. We've got commentators with broken chairs. We've got drivers on the wrong tyre. We've got Ryan Gill parked across the chicane as oncoming traffic comes through now. Absolute scenes at Imola today. What a crazy race. And this is what the wet weather brings. It brings a different dynamic to the race, but it brings this element of the unknown to the race as well, and the excitement of seeing drivers and teams out there that are just struggling a little bit.
Could we argue this is already more chaotic than last year's race?
Yes.
Even though we had lesser yellow flags than last year's race?
Oh, I think this has been more chaotic. Yeah, 100%. I think we had more incidents last year. I think this is more drivers making their own mistakes this year, but there's more of them.
Yeah, this is that case of drivers being humbled by rain, by nature. It's kind of like I don't think this is not the 4 hours of Imola. This is the 4 hours of nature humbling drivers inside Italy. This would be the more appropriate fitting title for everyone, as we're seeing more drivers coming out with the dry tires, and the dry tires actually are starting to perform much better than some of these wet tires. I can see, especially the guys in the LMP2s doing better laps on like on the 48s or something like that, as those who are still in the West are trying to stick it out longer than they possibly can, because that's the only way to go. But
yeah,
interesting.
Look at that. Tri-State in LMGT3, fastest lap of the race on the slick tyre. So the leader of LMGT3 has just gone and done a 152.4, matching the pace, in fact, quicker than the LMP3s out there, matching the pace of the LMP2 Pro out there as well. So the fastest lap time, and by the way, that is the fastest lap. We're seeing PBs come in on the timing screen. That is the fastest lap in LMGT3 by some 1.6 seconds from Ronnie Richter in the Rising Panda car, but then almost 3 to 4 to 5 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. Tri-State are on the right tyre at the right time with the right amount of clear track as well. So let's see this battle of Nathan Mann, blue by PBM, looking up the inside as they come down towards Tamburello. This is in the LMP3 category at the moment for P7 and P6 between the Paddock GG car in towards Tamburello. Too much braking. Off the track they go. And that battle comes to an abrupt end as Nathan Mann will have to do all the work again, and actually lost out to Ross Northsworthy in the Simcast car there.
Yeah, lost that position as well as we're trying to see if there's any more battles in the P1 versus Impact.
Sorry, Lorenzo. Just noticing that Nathan Mann there is actually on the slick tyre as opposed to the other two who are on the wet tyre. And Nathan and the Paddock GG car, he was just battling into turn 1 there, pitted 3 laps earlier and stayed on the wets.
Tri-State had a slowdown in the LMP3 number 23 car as P1 is going to go on the inside of the LMGT3. Managed to go down as a Pro Body Motorsport LMGT3. They're going around, and now they're going to go through Aqua Minerale, which I think is the most nails, in my opinion, the most nail on head section of this racetrack. Look at how much understeer and lack of acceleration the LMP2 gets if he gets on the water as Bjorn Phillips goes on by.
Here's one for you. Sam Vaughan, Tri-State, leader in LMGT3, 51.4 he's just done. Last lap for the leader in LMP2, Biano P, 51.1. So they are matching the times. Although this is Tri-State, Isaac Whiteman, this is one of the LMP3s off as well.
The leader
of James Pepper. And look at the oncoming traffic, 2 by 2, Noah's Ark style. Just a all single file through the chicane. Paolo Calvo in that middle of that one as well, as is the Acura on the back of the Lamborghini further down the order, and that is full position of Marco Di Constanzo and Adrian Daiguez then, as that is Connor Swain who's off. Where's that? That's Aqua Minerale, I do believe, who's had a moment on the entry into the first part. That's a big off for Connor Swain in this one, in the Corvette. Drama happening all over the place. 2 hours, 17 minutes left. And that is the Acura and the Lamborghini at Ravazza. Just having a little bit of a battle of Hada coming together and are both off at the exit of Ravazza.
I'm just going to open up my camera over here, Matthew, for you to take a look at. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. I said it. I had to say it.
Yeah. Absolute cinema, indeed. Who's that? That's Francisco Pereira. In the ADC by Pulsar, LMP2 off at, is that Piratella, I believe, on the entry to Piratella. He's gone off there and has got the meatball flag. Now, I didn't see him hit anything, so did he have that before going into the corner, and that may be why he's lost it?
I'll get you that info in a short bit. You hang on tight, I'll get you that info.
I will indeed. Team World of Sim Racing, Alex Gonzalez, exited the chicane. They're now off by the wall. So is this the wet tyres? Because I'm seeing a flurry of drivers into the pit lane there in LMP3. 2 are in there. Gowin is in for LMP2 Pro-Am. So drivers all in. Is this the wet tyre dying at this circuit?
No. What happened to Francisco Pereira was actually something more tragic than that.
Okay.
Pereira got into, Alyssa Lindau made contact with Pereira at the entry of Piratella, touched the back end slightly on the back end of the LMP2 of Pulsar, the Correa by Pulsar LMP2, and the car actually went face first into the barrier on the entry of Piratella, and I think that's what's caused the meatball flag.
There we go then. Derek Wagner, second place for the Impact. Number 16 Ford Mustang is being chased down by Vortex, that of Joran Engelen, who looks to make the move around the outside of the Impact car. Bit of contact, possibly, was there? Not sure. Joran Engelen, though, is off at Toza. And does that allow Bravo Snow? Yes, it does. In fact, Bravo Snow gets the pair of them and moves back up into second place now. What an absolutely crazy race. And look at the traffic of the prototype LMP2 cars trying to filter through the field also here.
As Bravo Snow catches a little bit of the AstroTurf right there. There's a battle between Impact and Mermic right in front of them. So all kicking off over here on the racetrack. Matthew, and we're barely being able to catch everything, as now Ross Northworthy have an issue. Connor Body now tries to go on ahead. This is madness. And also, furthermore, Connor Swain was actually sent to the pits due to connection issues.
Vortex around again. Vortex have had another moment at the chicane just as we go on board. So you're in England, who was off at Tozer, gets up to the chicane and has had another drama. Vortex have had their fair share. That's another one off. That's Nicholas Gowan off in the gravel trap. That's at Ravazza. There are drivers on wet and dry tyres just falling by the wayside at the moment. And it seems to be all on their own. In comes Impact into the pits. Is this to get rid of the wet tyre? Well, I can tell you now, in LMGT3, the wet tyre is about 8-9 seconds slower than the slick tyre at the moment. So
no, but that's the Impact car. That doesn't matter. That's actually, it's a little bit strong for me to say, but that's the Impact from the Pro-Am car that is actually in the pit lane right now. In Bradley Sexton.
Oh, no, the Impact number 16, Richie Tunan's just gone in that car, is also in the pits.
Oh, yeah, true. I made confusion. That's the GT3. That's correct.
Yeah. That's the one that we've just seen go into the pits, and rightly so, because it's, you know, the leader, Sam Vaughan, in Tri-State, is 53 seconds up the road from the Bravo Snow car, and he's lapping in the 1 minute 51s, Bravo Snow, while over they've got all this traffic and all this battling they're doing out there on the circuit, are only lapping in the 1 minute 59s. Yeah. So they are struggling at the moment.
And Chowan actually also has a black flag.
Who has a black flag, sorry?
Chowan in the Impact 16 GT3.
Ah, so is that speeding in the pit lane maybe there then?
Could be.
Because I didn't see that before they pitted, so yeah, maybe for Chowan there then in the Impact 16 has just got a possible black flag speeding in or out the pit lane there then. As this is James Pepper second in LMP3 on the back of the Simcast Porsche to put a lap on it. Both of these two are on the wet tyre, the leaders in LMP3 by the way.
By the way, Matthew?
Yep.
Can I give you something that is absolutely mind-blowing to you?
Go on.
You know who's P2 overall in this race?
Sim Sport?
Yes. They are P2 overall in this race.
Okay, see,
the lead they have on the next LMP2 car is, I think it is a lap. They are a lap ahead of the whole field.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why it's a bonus to have Lorenzo in the iRacing server looking at the overalls as well.
That's mental. That is mental.
Here's me watching the broadcast from what Samuli is sending my way to bring you. And that is mental. That is crazy. Do you want to know something else that's crazy? And I can't believe that CCR and Flight Level haven't spotted this yet to pit. Connor Botting in the Paul Botting Motorsport P3 car in LMP3 his last lap was actually a poor one, but he had an off track. So he's lapping quicker by almost 7 seconds than the cars around him. He did a 54.3 last time round, so not that great. As into the pits comes Flight Level now from the lead. So are they now thinking, right, we're seeing that Connor Botting is gaining on us like mad. We now need to get into the pits for that slip tyre.
Yeah. It's mind-blowing for me how this race is progressing in so many different ways, that the leaders of this race they are on the wet tires. Of course, they are still due to come to the pit lane, but they are on a wet tire. Queen K is now pitting right now for PAX, and they're also on the wet tires and still being safe. So I love that risk-reward thing that is happening in this racetrack.
I love it as well, but I'm just wondering if teams are noticing the lap times here, because in the lead of LMP2, you've got the leader of NOP running 151s, while turn 1 in LMP2 are lapping up. They've just done a 1 minute 43.6. Mermica have just done a 1 minute 42. So they're almost 10 seconds a lap quicker turn 1 over NOP. In LMP2 Pro-Am, the leader of Pack Simsport have just came into the pit lane to get the dry tyre on. Their last lap was a 151.5. The second place of DSP Esports, driven by Nicolo Monti, did a 43.7. The dry tyre has been the tyre to be on for quite a while now. Tri-State in LMP2 Pro-Am look have just done a 41.4. In LMP3, James Pepper, CCR leading this race, 59.7. Connor Botting, 51.7. 8 seconds a lap quicker. It is crazy at the moment, even in LMGT3, and this one's blowing my mind. There's still a lot of wet runners in LMGT3. Tri-State are a lap ahead, nearly, of the entire field. They're lapping 52.5s. Bravo Snow in second place in LMGT3 on the wet tyre, 57s.
Let me tell you something else that is also we're seeing right. This is it.
Oh no!
Gayros.
Pack Simsport, black flag. Have they just got a penalty in the pit lane?
Oh no! I'll get that for you. But I was gonna call this out. The guy right behind is Nicolo Monti, and Nicolo that last lap of 43, right? This lap of 48 because he couldn't get around Gayros.
Yep. Yeah. So interesting to see, isn't it? But this is just turning out to be a crazy. Yeah, this is a crazy race. Absolutely crazy race in this one at the moment for me. This is absolutely fascinating to see what is happening out there. But yeah, this is huge. I'm still flabbergasted as to why NOP haven't pitted in the lead of this race. They're on the wet tyre, and the Myrmica car.
Oh no!
The Myrmica car is 7 seconds behind them and are 8.5 seconds quicker per lap. What's happened?
It is a black flag, but it is going to be the. I'll be very honest. I feel for Alan Barris for getting this black flag because it is an unsafe pit exit. They went over the line slightly, but it was a minor staying off the line, off the white line. They just merged into the racetrack by a tiny bit, but the tiny bit was enough for them to getting the drive-through penalty.
Yeah. Paul Botting, Motorsport leader of LMP2, now has a black flag as well, and this is your leader. Yes, has got traffic around him, but look at the WTE Pro GP car behind. Yes, it's the Pro-Am car that's on the Pro timing towers at the moment, but it is so much quicker than NOP. And Christopher has got to surely come into the pit soon. Has to.
Yeah.
He's staying out. He's staying out.
He's staying out.
NOP have stayed out. NOP have stayed out. Myrmica are in that queue of cars behind him. There is Myrmica. Last lap, Christoph in the NOP, 1 minute 50.7. Myrmica of Rander van Zankel, 1 minute 41.8. They're losing 9 seconds a lap. The gap is 1.6. NOP are losing time hand over fist. I don't know what they're waiting for. I don't know what the weather radar is saying, but they are losing time hand over fist.
Yeah, and now I think who just made a Bo Botting made a mistake now in front of the leader. Oh my! What is? This is kind of like the Hunger Games.
Yep.
As now Zanko goes into the lead, and you were wondering about the weather. I can tell you about the weather. It's still raining enough for, again, the track is not going to be scorching wet or something like that, but it's still going to be in this Russian roulette mode.
And NOP haven't just lost the lead in this lap. They've lost second place because Impact have also gone and got through. Turn 1 are only 3.7 seconds behind them at the moment. NOP, defending champions. Well, I don't know what to say because
I don't know.
It's just the strategy. I don't know if they're just trying to get to the end of this stint, to then do a full stint on the slick tyres to get to the end of the race, or to work their strategies out for the end of the race. I don't know what they're doing, but they are losing so much time being out there on that dry tyre at the moment, as apparently Pack Simsport are on the wet tyres again in LMP2 Pro-Am. So I thought they'd put the dry tyre on. They're now on the wet tyre. They've got DSP Esports of Nicolo Monti 6 seconds behind them, and he's gaining at 6 seconds a lap. So some strange strategy calls from teams out there at the moment.
Yeah.
There goes turn 1, look. Past NOP. So NOP in a lap have lost 3 places now.
Unless NOP is on the... I'm not the strategist. Unless NOP is like thinking, we still have those 3 tires to the end. We're gonna single stint those tires, and they're gonna have to double stint tires.
Then, the Acura! of Adrian.
Oh no.
Sorry,
That's
Lorenzo
broken.
went into the wall at Piratella very, very hard, backwards as well, and it's pulling to the side. I think that's broken on the rear. Meatball flag for the 967 IRT team, and this could bring out a safety car. Now this could be what NOP need. Safety car comes out, possibly do the laps behind the safety car until the pit lane opens. Yeah, that's not making it back around. That can't even get through Aqua Minerali.
Nope.
So that's going to have to request a tow. They're going to try though. He's keeping going here. You can see how bad that's broken. The front right lifting off the floor. No, he's parking that one. Yeah, this could bring out the safety car now.
Yeah, this is a full-on safety car. This is insane, man. We could argue calm before the storm. There we go.
100% of calm before the storm. We've already had the storm.
Car 61, you may tow.
If this is NOP, yellow flags are flying.
There we go. Safety car is deployed.
There we go. So they can't pit for the time being.
To...
Pit lane is closed.
Yeah, the car is allowed to come back into the pit lane.
So pit lane is closed for NOP, but this might not be the worst thing for them, because when the pit lane opens, they can just go into the pits, put the dry tyre on, and maybe then look to get towards... So what's a stint normally? We think about 45 minutes, we think, for a stint, don't we, in the LMP2s? So if 45 minutes is a stint, if they do a lap or two behind the safety car, as that is... Oh, that's the Kitsune car that has also been in the wall. No rear wing, no rear bumper. And Kitsune have now... They've got a black flag as well to their name. They've also got big damage on their car. For NOP in this race, and for Pack Sim Sport, actually, looking at them on the wet tyre. If they're going 40 minutes a stint, 45 minutes a stint, that's an hour and a half.
And I can explain, Crescenzo got into a puddle. As soon as he revved up, straight into the Arco barrier.
I'm just trying to work out time left. If NOP pit towards that 2 hour mark, that'll take them to about, what, 1 hour 15 remaining on the clock.
Yep.
They'll pit again. They'll have to splash and dash for a half an hour run to the end. Roughly.
Yeah, this is why it's kind of like, there's my strategy book. I wish Samuli could had the commentators cam. This is my strategy book. This is my wallet, actually. This is my... I'm thinking about it. This is my passport, which is my strategy book. This...
Yeah.
I pretty much threw all the way into my wallet, because that makes no sense.
Open the window, open the trash can, and in it goes. Because everything's out the window at this moment in time, isn't it? NOP down to 4th place. Pack Sim Sport are in 1st. Right.
As a reminder,
let's try this more for smoothness here. Let's try and go through the field and let's see who has got drive-through penalties. We can see that CCR have got a drive-through penalty. They've got a black flag to their name. If we could bring up class by, if there's a way similar, we can bring up class by class, just their own. So the LMP2 standings first, and then go on from there to see who's got penalties and where we are in this race.
Tell you.
There you go. You tell us.
For those I got a black flag penalty are the Kitsune. I think they reached incident points, and Kukamalama Racing. I think also reached incident points, but I'm just going to confirm that if it is such the case. I think it is such the case.
Right, so they're the only two with drive-throughs or black flag penalties. We've got 2 hours on the clock. Don't go anywhere, folks. 5:15 here in the United Kingdom. Wherever you are around the world, whatever time it may be, don't go anywhere. I know that in a couple of hours' time, I know that there is the 3rd and 4th place playoff in the World Cup. But let's be honest, who really cares about the 3rd and 4th place playoffs in the World Cup when you've got this kind of action on your screens to be watching? The finals tomorrow. We're not here tomorrow, so you can watch that one, no problems interrupted. But you're not going to want to watch the 3rd and 4th place World Cup playoff while this is on your screen. I know the Open is currently on in the golf, but they're back tomorrow for the final round. So you can watch that tomorrow. We've got this on the telly. What more could you possibly want at the moment in time? We've got an absolute fantastic scene of racing that is unravelling. By the way, this is the first safety car since after that first mad hour of 3 safety cars. Corbin Lenaway, by the way, back in play here. We've had 3. This is the 4th safety car. Corbin Lenaway guessed 5. We had a good stint of green flag racing there, Corbin. You could be back in play with your guess of 5 there, my friend. Right, let's see what happens when pit lane opens in this race, shall we? Let's go through the retirements. Let's go through the full classifications at the moment. LMP2 looks like this. It's Myrmica from Impact with turn 1. NOP, Bravo, Snow, Delta Racing, Rising Panda, Team World of Sim Racing, Alpine by XRL. They're all on the lead lap. We've then got the W2 Pro GP LMP2, which we believe is Pro-Am. So we believe they'll be coming in. They'll be categorised as Pro-Am come the end of this race. P1 Racing, Delta V. We have and then the ADC by Pulsar. All of the LMP2 still running. NOP in 4th and Team World of Sim Racing in 5th in LMP2 are the only 2 cars left on the wet tyre. We turn our attention to LMP2 Pro-Am. Pack Sim Sport lead the race from DSP Esports. PBM, Paul Blodding Motorsport are in 3rd place with Garwin, Tri-State, Impact, Revolution. Pack Sim Sport, the leaders of LMP2,
We will be starting the pass
Pro-Am,
rounds.
are the only
team
team in that category on the wet tyre. Let's go down to LMP3.
Wave rounds.
Oh, we're getting waiver rounds now.
We are.
Oh, okay. There we go. First time we've seen that today.
Yeah, so just to give you an update, I'm getting this judged on the results, right? And also based a little bit on what's going on. Of course, PAX is in 1st, and then DSP is in 2nd. But on my result, in 3rd place is actually a W2 team, not Whole Body, because remember the whole confusion?
All
time
pass
confusion,
rounds have been issued.
They're in 3rd.
Please take your wave by your pass round on the right if you were issued one.
Who's in 3rd? W2.
Yeah, W2. And I got the cars that got the waiver round, by the way.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
a long list.
Oh, I can imagine.
W2, NOP GT3, Ball State LMP3, the Pole Body LMP2 Pro-Am, Rising Panda LM GT3, Simcast LMP3, Fisher LM GT3, Goen Pro-Am, Impact number 16 LM GT3, Aztec Racing number 39 GT3, Pole Body LM GT3. Just getting over here. Impact the number 7 LMP2 Pro-Am, the Blue by Racing VR LM GT3, Tri-State Racing number 3 LMP2 Pro-Am, Cimatalk, AIT Revolution Racing, and that's all the cars that got a waiver round from race control.
Pit lane open yet?
Not yet. I think it's
there we
once
go.
the waiver rounds are done.
Right, so the longer into this stint this goes, the more this plays into NOP's hands of getting off the wet tyre to work out for just a quick splash and dash at the very end of this race, strategy-wise. In LMP3, then, it's Connor Botting in the Paul Botting Motorsport car that leads the race from flight level. Blue by PBM, the Camel Llama Racing team are in P4, Tri-State are 5th, Paddock GG are in 6th. From Ball State, Simcast, and then Sahara GT. They're all on the dry tyres. We have lost SRT from LMP3. They retired 55 laps ago. And now this is the tricky one because Fisher Motorsport are being classed as LMP3. I've got to work out where they are in LMGT3, so I'll do that as we go through. Seth Neufeld in the Tri-State LMGT3 BMW leads the race from the Screeching Mooses of Lucas Santos. Then it's Bravo Snow from Delta Racing, Vortex are P5. 3rd, 4th and 5th in LMGT3 are all on the wet tyre. Project 91 RP6, NOP GT3 RP7, from then the Rising Panda. Impact number 16 RP9, ATR in the McLaren are P10, they're also on the wet tyre. Paul Botting Motorsport GT3 are P11, from then Cimatalk P12, Kitsune P13, and the 967 IRT, the Acura that we've just seen in the wall, that's brought out a safety car. They are 14th. Then it would be the Fisher Motorsport LMGT3 who are 15th, about to become 14th when they go back through. And then we've got Blue by VR are 16th on the wet tyre. We've lost Bolt Esports, the Audi, and we obviously had Telios disqualified from the race early doors. So still a lot of wet tyre runners out there in this race at the moment. And pit lane's still closed for now, so we'll wait for the pit lane to open and see if these wet tyre runners think now is the time to get onto that slick tyre.
Yeah. Forward to it as There was a question made up on our broadcast virtual, I'm not going to say virtual standings, but I'm trying to find,
Virtual grandstand.
Pit lane
a virtual
open
grandstand.
for
Thank
all
you so
cars
much.
at the end of this
English
lap.
is such a complicated language for myself sometimes. As was asking if Paxton's legs or wets, they are on wets, believe it or not. As you can see on the right-hand side of your timing tower, on the classes. But looking forward to what this is going to go down as the pits are open at the end of this lap.
Pit lane will be open then, so drivers can come in. Now then, NOP, what do you do? Do you cost yourself a bit of track position at the moment, but get on what is clearly and obviously the faster tyre? Or do you continue on in this race on the wets? For me, they have to peel off into the pit lane. And they do. So they're either listening to the broadcast,
They must.
or they have got their strategy back on play here. Now, we know that in LMP2 you get 3 sets of dry tyres, correct?
Yeah, but I know because of rain and how the track is wet, sometimes that can get reset. I know some guys are coming into the pit lane, lots of people coming in. Pax is staying out on the wets.
Crazy.
So that's crazy. That's crazy.
What's happening here? A bit of congestion on the start-finish straight here. Yeah, that's crazy that Pax have stayed out on the wet tyre. So all of LMP2 Pro are now on the dries. Everybody in Pro Am Bar Pax Sim Sport are on the dries. ATR. In fact, Vortex have put on a new set of wet tyres. You're in England is exiting the pit lane on a fresh set of wet tyres here. I'm lost for words at the moment. Everybody else went onto the dries. Ball blue by VR, they didn't pit at all. And neither did ATR. But Vortex, you're in England, has come out on a fresh set of wet tyres. I'm scratching my head here.
Either he didn't notice it was a wet tire or he went up purposely because he's feeling more safe and because there's a great comment over here which says that some teams are choosing the slicks and getting punished by it, so might be the case. And from what it looks like, from looking at Carnegie's perspective in the sim, apparently the Pax is on dry tires. This is why they say that. They just decided to stay within that set of tires they are running on.
I think I just read that. It says, guys, I think there's something not correct with the broadcast. From my overlay, I'm seeing Pax with slick tyres. So did Vortex put on the wet tyres? And is that a similar moment that we've had? That means is ATR on the wet tyres?
Could be. No, this raises a great question, though.
Michelin need to make a tyre, or RAC need to come up with a concept on this platform to make it a bit more obvious of who's on slicks and who's on wets in terms of the sidewall of the tyre.
I know. Wasn't them supposed to
Race restarting at the end of this
do
lap.
something
Reminder,
on this
no
build?
passing before
As
the finish line.
we're getting confirmation, we're gonna get the restart on this lap.
Right. Well, I'll tell you the way to keep our eyes on whether what we're seeing as drivers being on the wet tyre or not is let's keep our eyes on the lap times, shall we? That'll be the biggest identification of what they're doing. Keep our eyes on their lap times. As Radovan Zankel then, Mermika, who haven't been at the front of the grid pretty much the whole race. We're over half distance. And we've got a different leader for this restart. 4 safety cars in this race. When does Zankel decide to drop the hammer? Now, an impact or asleep at the wheel as Radovan Zankel gets away in the Mermika car. Down the start-finish straight he goes. And in towards Tamburello. You can see there is very little spray on that racing line that is now drier and thicker across more of the circuit. Still looks a little damp and greasy through Tamburello. but the slick tyre, the tyre to be on. And we'll keep our eyes on Pax, we'll keep our eyes on ATR, we'll keep our eyes on Vortex for what their pace looks like. But a great start at the moment. Still that bit of rain falling, though, at certain parts of the circuit. As they come through Tozer on the opening of this restart. Pax SimSport, by the way, have opened the gap up to DSP, so I'm wondering if that is an issue on the timing screen that is showing them on the wet tyre, but they actually are on the dry, because they have opened up the gap. And there is NOP, 8th place in category, and I've got a lot of work to do to get back to the front of this this field.
Yeah, because I think the car that is sitting right ahead of them is going to be the Rising Panda, which is sitting 2 seconds in front of the NOP car. You can see right there on the screen on the entry of Tortella has to go around the Vortex car kind of quickly on the entry of Aqua Minerale. Now is going to be on the back end of the car. No, for the Marcos neatly makes contact with the Vortex cars. Is around the outside. Can he get that through? And yeah, a little bit sketchy from Marcos to do the move right there. As Ricky Chow, one of the impact card is off. Vatsek is off as well. And,
yeah.
And Simitok too.
Indeed, yeah. Simitok's just gone off in the background as well, and we believe that it is that McLaren that is also on the wet tyres as well. CCR, by the way, the Camel Llama Racing have got a black flag to their names. They've still got a penalty to serve in this race as the leaders come over the line for the first flying lap of this race, all on the dry tyre at the moment. In comes the CCR car for that penalty. I can tell you that the Pax SimSport car was 2 seconds quicker than the DSP eSports car, so maybe it is just the graphic showing it wrong. What's happened, Lorenzo?
A massive crash on the entry of the pit lane. I'm just trying to grab which car. It's Christopher Sarsmore's in the Simcast car.
Oh, yes.
Never penalty.
Wow.
Car's gone.
Front and rear damage. And is that about to bring out the safety car again?
It has to. It has
The
to.
pit lane is blocked. Well then, that is a crazy impact of what has happened there. What's he done on the entry?
He was just coming in. I think when he went into the braking, he just got into the patch of wet and basically just lost control of the car and hit the attenuator on the middle of the entry of the pit lane.
Well, there we go then. So he's hit the entry of the pit lane. Don't forget the pit entry and exit.
No yellow flag.
No yellow flag then. So there we go. Don't forget the pit entry and exit will be very, very wet compared to the drier parts of the circuit. So yeah, so no yellow flag. So we continue at racing speed for the time being here at Imola, as this is the Mermica car coming under pressure from impact down towards turn number 1. We go. That is the Fisher Motorsport LMGT3 that has got to do a 3-point turn at the chicane to get back facing the right way and carry on.
Yeah, I think he got into contact with the Pulsar LMP2, and because of this, caused a massive confusion of the exit of Variante Alta as we're moving forward the battle for the lead.
Yeah, battle for the lead between Radovan Zankel and then that of the impact number 6, that of Bjorn Phillips in that one, as they all come through trying to fight for this lead of the race. Turn 1 of Elisa Lindahl is just behind, as we've seen a drive through for car 11. Alpine by XRL, by the way, they've also got a black flag. Turn 1 in P3 also have now just been given that drive through penalty. So 3rd and 4th in LMP2 have a drive through penalty here. That'll help NOP out no end. Paul Botting Motorsport in LMGT3 just seen a black flag next to their name. So black flags coming in thick and fast at the moment.
Yeah, because of the cold tires and everything, they're trying to pick that up, and maybe some incidents involved in the middle of this. So, and you were saying this might help NOP's case. This is definitely going to help NOP's case. It's going to help anyone else. It's because I think by the time they come out of the pit lane, it's a fast pit lane of sorts, but it's going to be enough for them to actually be around this battle for P6, 5, and 7.
Yeah, indeed.
If they decide to come in.
Yeah, and this is a battle for the lead between Turn 1 Impact and Mermica, but Turn 1 have got that penalty to their name that they're going to have to serve at some point. And Radovan Zankel doing a great job at the moment to keep fending off the cars around him. Just noticing that Alan Paris in that Pax SimSport car, by the way, just done a 38.5, 4 tenths quicker than Nicolo Monti. So I do believe that the tyre graphic we are seeing is wrong on what we are seeing on our timing screens. As that is the Screeching Mooses, who are off as well at the chicane, and they've flicked it around, get it back going. But the Screeching Mooses, who was once leading this race, are now down in 11th place in LMGT3.
Yeah, just the tiniest mistakes. Another guy getting caught off by the Variante Alta. You know, in variation right there. Unfortunate to see that, but race on. At least they are in one piece.
So here's Radovan Zankel once again, still fending off that of Bjorn in the impact car. You can see looking on board with Bjorn, that rain still falling, as well as the spray hitting the windscreen from the Mermica car in front. A lot of curb being used through the chicane. Little slide on exit for Bjorn there in the number 6 impact car. And great little battle developing here. They've not got to worry about turn 1 behind them because they're the ones with the penalty. So they've not got to worry about turn 1 as all they come into onto Ravazza and lose the rear.
Oh my
days.
Oh Lord.
And then they get hit. And they got hit there by the Alpine car, who's got the drive-through as well, and now possible damage to the front end and impact of being shown the meatball flag.
Oh my days.
Absolute cinema in Imola today. What crazy scenes with an hour 43 to go.
I can see Simcast with the car broken impact with the nation turn 1 with a black flag, blue by VR. They are out of the race already. Alpine with a black flag. This is crazy. This is mental. This is straightforward mental.
It's just nuts, isn't it? It's absolutely nuts what we're seeing here. It's just, I'm flabbergasted. This race has been chaotic. And no doubt for the drivers and the teams, they'll be feeling the same thing.
No, yeah, for sure. This is one race where I think a lot of the unexpected is happening, man. It's kind of like, it's crazy what's going through in this race as Nicolo Monti and also Paris are battling for a position right now in the lead of the LMP2 Pro-Am. Which arguably is also a battle for the top 3 as well.
There we go. So battle for the top 3 overall, but a battle for the lead in LMP2, and points are scored per their class. Let's not forget, not for overall position. So this is huge for their championships in the class. DSP Esports, Nicolo Monti trying to find his way past the Pack Sim Sport 66 car. There they are, being driven by Alan Paris, and through Ravazza he goes once again. Will gain on the Screeching Mooses, using the slipstream of that Corvette just in front, just to help him gain a little bit more speed down the start finish straight. Pulls that in. Oh, it's a massive puddle, and how he has saved that from going into the side of the Screeching Mooses, I do not know. But hit an absolute massive puddle on the inside by the pit wall.
They're playing with fire, man. That is. Honestly, it's like playing with fire at 260 kilometers per hour, man. This is insane. I am thanking the gods that I'm not doing this race.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't get me wrong. I love rain. I am a better rain driver than a dry driver. But I am thanking Jesus at this moment that I'm not actually being able to drive this race, because my heartbeat probably would have been in the 160s.
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy what we're seeing out there at the moment, and there's still an hour 40 left to go. So we're into a window now, by the way, almost. So we're 10 minutes from a window where we're 2 pit stops away from getting to the end of this race in the next 10 minutes. So we'll keep our eyes on that with drivers and what's going to happen there. People who pit in now, we're almost in that window for LMGT3s to get to the very end of the race as well, aren't we?
Yeah.
What a crazy day.
I got some good news for you. I think we're seeing the last stretch of rain in about 5 to 10 minutes, and after that, I think we're going to get dry track all the way.
And that's just going to dry the track out even more, isn't it? And that's just going to mean that offline will become drier quicker, meaning that we're going to see them overtakes happen. Then puddles start to not be there as much as this is on board with your leader, Seth Neufeld, in the Tri-State BMW in LMGT3. 6 seconds up the road from Impact's Richie Chewin. What a race. What a race this has been. Honestly, it's been absolutely phenomenal. It's been a crazy day here at Imola. And it's not done yet. 1 hour, 39 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty more action to happen. Paul Botting Motorsport are into the pits. That's Marcus Beidfout in the NOP car. Off at Villeneuve. No meatball flag, so looks to have got away with it, but off on the entry into the second part of Villeneuve there then. Down in 4th place. They've now got the Rising Panda on the back of them. Into Piratella. There you go. Using all the curb. Remy Lush there then in that Rising Panda car. May fancy himself to have another opportunity. They're 6 seconds off the back of Bravo Snow for a podium in LMP2. In what has been a fantastic day of action here at Imola. Remember, month break coming up, or month and a bit break coming up before we head to Spa-Francorchamps for our 4th round of the season before heading to Silverstone and then Portimão. Just putting a lap on the Screeching Mooses there, who cuts off in front of that of the Rising Panda car. Yellow flag for the World of Sim Racing. There is the Screeching Mooses of Erksoy. Just cutting off that Rising Panda down in towards Ravat, so that's put them on the back foot. But yeah, this is the halfway race of the season. This has been an absolute belter.
It's delivery, man.
Black flag for DSP Esports, who are on the back of Pack Sim Sport there as well. Look, so second and first was battling it out, but DSP Esports now black flag to their name. That's ruined their race at the moment.
Yeah, for the incident points. So everyone is kind of like getting this. So it's crazy how this one is progressing. Now they're going to be on only 10 points they can actually use, as Paul Botting Motorsport had a slowdown eventually on the number 62 LMP3, but they're still carrying on through. And with that being said, I think Tri-State is going to lead, going to be second place, and that DSP Sport car is going to come out right behind Paul Botting Motorsport in P4.
He might be right there, you know. Might be right there. Will it come in this lap to do it, though? That's going to be the biggest question. So you can see down in toward Ravats. You can see how dry Ravats is becoming now. You can see that puddle just on the little AstroTurf bit the other side of the curb, and into the pits does come. Whoa! Massive puddle there in the wall. They've clipped the wall there on pit entry, and pit entry is becoming an absolute nuisance because of how wet the pit lane will still be at the moment. Nicola Monti there nearly dropped it into the wall big time.
He actually hit twice. He hit the barrier twice, but somehow, some way.
Oh no! They've still got the black flag, which means that puddle that they've hit on entry means he's ended up speeding in the pit lane because of that puddle. So he's still got the black flag to his name.
Yeah, potentially. Or he got a new one when he was serving this.
That's crazy. He did come in pretty hot though, didn't he, after he hit the puddle? Just couldn't get the car slowed down. So I'd have it to guess he's probably got it for speeding in the pits. Wow. What crazy scenes we're seeing here. And you're right, look, they came out third place, only 2 seconds off the back of the Tri-State car. Well, now they're going to come out at least behind Gowin down in P5. Crazy race down to Aqua Minerale. Look how clear that looks on the racing line now. Maybe not through the exit part on the racing line. Looks a little darker and a little damp and greasy, but wow, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
This is mental. Because not only them, but I saw also the W2 car getting a black flag for safe pit entry. unsafe pit exit because of getting into a puddle and going off the line. So, and other cars doing the same issue. So those puddles on the entry and exit of the pit lane are claiming more victims, as I've seen probably more issues as the W2 car is off the line outside of Alco Minerale. And they're coming back onto the racetrack, maybe cold tires on Marco Eberhardt's car, as he's still struggling to try to get through and get into positions, as now we're going into Nicholas Gowan of the Gowan Racing, as Nicola Monti now has to come into the pit lane and serve his penalty in the meanwhile, which is going to be a lengthy one. Jesse Udo coming in for Alpine by XRL, which was P3, had a contact with Impact, which caused the issue and made that car now be sitting in P6, P7, as he's now pitting and gonna serve his pit stop at the moment. As things are still winding down, looking at Tri-State over here, trying to fend off a position battle against NOP in the racetrack. And things are just absolutely mental. And the craziest thing is, people, we don't have a lot of battles around the racetrack per se, as looking at overall positions. The only thing that might be happening might be over here. And that's pretty much it, because everything else is pretty much people trying to follow up each other, as now NOP goes on through into track position. Michaels Beifeld still in 4th position in class. And the other thing I was going to mention was Pobody Motorsport, as they are off that seems to be Rivazza, the first leg, as they come around and they hit the Bravo Snow car. They hit Gabriel Peckley on the left-hand side of the LMP2, and that probably broke the number 38 car. That definitely broke the 38 car. And also now the Pobody Motorsport Ferrari is also broken. They have to come into the pit lane, and now Peckley, oh my God, they actually Austin powered the car into the entry of the pit lane, and he's gonna have to basically do maneuvers to try to get out, and he kind of does it without blocking the PBM car GT3 into the entry of the pit lane. But scenes one more time here in virtual Imola, as we are approaching the final 90 minutes of this race. If there's one thing this race has been delivering people is this content. If there's one thing people might be enjoying about this broadcast or this race so far, might be the content of how many things have transpired on this racetrack. As America still leads us off 21 seconds on turn 1. And turn 1 is in the clutches of maybe losing that P3 and P2 to NOP, as they are now P4, P3 in the LMP2 class. As we're now looking to Remy Lesh on the back end of the Tri-State Racing battle for position on the overall position of the racetrack, which that means P5 battle between Rising Panda and Tri-State, and Remy Lesh is going to try to do his best to try to get through the Tri-State car that is driven by Isaac Whiteman. And I think Lesh is going to do the job kind of quickly, going around on the inside of the car, just getting to the puddles over there. The car just gets a little bit loose under entry, but still breaks enough to claim P5 out of Whiteman. And now it's going to be a battle for the top 3. With that being said, with Sam Spinell looking on the inside of Whiteman, puts a little pressure on the LMP2 of Tri-State Racing, but cannot go through right behind. And the battle still resumes, but for the top 3 positions in LMP2 Pro-Am. As they have to go through the Fisher car on the inside, they're trying to look around on the outside. Now coming into Alco Minerale, they managed to brake kind of like in a very safe spot, as both cars are on track and basically glued to each other. Whiteman covers the inside so that Pobody Motorsport car doesn't go through. nearly gets into the back end. And now one more issue, Murmika. Murmika is off, Matthew.
They're off in the pit lane. Great manage. They've done well there to manage to spin that one around, but the leaders have spun in the pit lane. Can you believe this? What are we witnessing here in Imola today? I kept the headphones on to see what was happening during the time I just stepped away for a moment, but oh my days. Tri-State, Black Flag, they've just come into the pits. Have they just got done for speeding as well? We are I tell you what, this is edge of your seat, nail biting stuff at the moment. This is fantastic to watch in this race. And we're also in now for the drivers that are pitting this lap. We're in that window. They've got 2 pit stops left to go in this race. Is that his turn 1 who's gone off at Villeneuve now?
This is crazy, dude. This I was saying this while you were off, Matthew. This is the most #content race of the season so far.
Yeah.
If you wanted content, there is your content, people. You cannot get in more. If you thought this game was okay, we had enough content from one race. That's complete another lies. I'm not gonna say the proper word because I really want to say it, but that is lies. We're delivering the content. This is crazy, dude. What is transpiring? This, hazardness of the track and the constant rain.
Yeah. And like you say, Bravo Snow's got that meatball flag. And like you say, the rain hasn't yet gone. Looks like it might start to disappear as this race does go on. But yeah, absolutely crazy at the moment. So NOP are all of a sudden back in the lead of LMP2. This is Tobias Heckman in the P1 racing car, looking to try and make a move on one of the LMP2 Pro-Am drivers just up ahead.
And you know who's the race leader, overall race leader?
Pax.
Yeah. They are the overall race leader. We might actually see a Pro-Am winner in this race. That's the overall winner.
By about 10 seconds as well, if I've worked that out correctly.
Yeah.
So there you go, by 10 seconds. From NOP. Crazy. So Alan Parris doing a great job. And he's got a 20-second lead almost in LMP2 Pro-Am. So good stuff for him in this race at the moment. This is crazy stuff. Looks like Vortex and Delta Racing are having a battle. So are Project 91 and Bravo Snow. Out there on the circuit. As is that the leader? That's the leader in LMGT3. Seth Neufeld, the Tri-State BMW M4 leader, has had a moment. Pax has just gone off across the chicane as well, I've just noticed. The leaders are falling by the wayside. They are falling by the wayside at the moment, the leaders are.
Hold up. Let me just ask you something. Is it forbidden to lead in this race?
Pax are off again at Rivazza.
Oh my.
What is going on? Oh, that is Revolution nearly losing it into the very wet pit lane.
And they got a black flag because of it.
Yeah, drivers have got to be more cautious on the entry into the pits. They have to be.
This, and I saw someone saying this in the chat. This is bottom level racing. I can tell you, as someone who's been commentating on Top Split of iRacing, as now Ball State has an issue in P3. I think they lost P3 to Paul Body as they're going through. And Paddock has a slowdown, by the way, in the lead of LMP3. In Top Split racing, you get something like this as well. This is live. Even in Top Split, I've been commentating Top Split for the past nearly 10 years. Yeah, Top Split delivers this as well. This is W content. This isn't content.
This isn't bottom level racing. This is tricky conditions in tricky cars with a lot of them out on the circuit. You'd get this in any split of racing. Here comes Nicholas Gowan looking onto the back of one of the LMP2 Pro cars just further forward. That is Ayrton Farias of Delta Racing. P4 against P3 in the two different classes there. Just wow, just what a race. Honestly, this has been fantastic. That is Project 91, P7 off the road on the exit of Aqua Minerale. And rejoin now, nice and safely. There you go. But you said it a moment ago, Lorenzo. You cannot lead this race without having some form of mistake happen.
No, apparently, like you know when they say the floor is lava? Apparently, P1 is lava.
Exactly.
Yeah. By the way, but with that being said, I know the race. There's still going on. There's a lot of racing going down. There's rain going down. I'm gonna give you good news to everyone who's been like, can this rain please stop and we can probably dry out this track? Good news, everyone. It's about to stop raining for the remainder of this race, I think, in the next 10 minutes.
And the crazy thing is, it's not like the rain has done anything major at the moment. This is just drivers making the mistakes on their own.
Yeah, they're getting humbled.
They are indeed. Well, here's Alan Parrish, who's out in the wall. That's the Tri-State car. Number 3, Isaac Whiteman from P4 in LMP2 Pro Am.
Oh my lord!
Was that the Project 91? Was that the Fisher? It's the Project 91 again. Where is that? That's Villeneuve. It's Villeneuve that they've gone off.
How they are still standing? If that car is not broken, I swear to Jesus, if that car is not broken, I'll make a petition to say that the LMP2 Dallara P217 needs to be the newest tank of the Italian army. Give me a second, because I am shocked right now.
Yeah, you're not the only one. You are not the only one. I thought we'd get the safety car there, but both of them have managed to come out of it okay. Yeah,
it's not a meatball for either car.
Yeah, both of them will come out okay. Bit of damage, but but okay.
I'm at a loss for words. I know the car is now damaged. You can see the front end of the car is damaged, but how is that car not with a meatball? Either car with a meatball.
Yeah, especially the Porsche. The Porsche coming really hot on that car.
Yeah,
really hot. Wow, just hour and 22 minutes left, folks. Don't go anywhere yet, because it's not done. It is far from being done.
Radovan was actually saying that he got lucky on the pit entry when he had the spin.
I think there's been a few that's been lucky on the pit entry.
Yeah,
if I'm going to be honest.
I think he was one of the luckiest.
Yeah. It was a great spin around though in the pit lane to get the car pointing in the right direction to go down the pit lane, wasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. That is
right
absolutely crazy.
Delta Racing.
Pax had a slowdown as well, apparently.
Still got a good lead though, just under 20 seconds. They've still got a good lead. What they won't need though is a penalty. So let's see in this one. There's Delta Racing of Ayrton trying to fend off. I believe that is the Gowan car behind him. Can't tell at the moment because I've lost a few paints off the cars. So
yeah, it's reloading. It's reloading.
Yeah, there we
go.
go.
It will take some time, but it's gonna be.
Yes, it is Nicholas Gowan chasing him, coming through now. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's Tri-State. Yeah, Piers Berry. That's down at Ravazza. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So Piers Berry's just had a moment down at Ravazza in the LMP3.
And Impact has another blue flag, black flag.
That's the other Tri-State car. Isaac Whiteman also off at Ravazza.
By the way, Impact number 16 has a black flag, and they have to serve it. And now Small Laib in the Project 91 again, with more issues at Ravazza too.
Yeah, he's had a few offs in this last few minutes. None more so than that at Villeneuve that he just had a couple of moments ago. But yeah, what a race this is turning out to be with an hour 20 left on the clock. We're about 10 minutes or so away from being in that final pit window for the LMGT3s as well, wasn't they? Aren't we? So
yeah,
we've got roughly one pit stop left for the LMP3s and LMP2s. We're about 10 minutes away from the final pit stops for LMP3s to be able to get to the end of the race. So around that 1 hour 10 mark, roughly to the end of the race, they'll get there no problem. So, yeah, we're within that window.
Imagine us getting a yellow, a safety car with 1 out.
It's not out the realms of the possibility.
It's not out of the realms of possibility the way the race is going, but that would make the race become so much of a mental sprint race that we're gonna get the shades of what happened in the last race when we had I think the final restart when everything went way haywire in the restart. So that's how crazy this race is coming up to be.
Yeah. Oh, what a race. I'm lost for words. We had that first hour where we had more safety car action than what we had racing action. And there wasn't really a lot to talk about in the first hour. Well, in the 2 hours prior to that, since that, sorry, we've had plenty of action. It's been non-stop action.
Yeah, pretty much this race, you know what, it's like the first hour of the race has pretty much been your afternoon tea there in England. This part of the race has pretty much been the 60th edition of the Hunger Games, and you're wondering who's Katniss Everdeen and who's Peter Malark.
I'll take your word for that, because I've never seen the Hunger Games, so I'll have to take your
You've
word.
never seen the Hunger Games?
Nah, I've never seen the Hunger Games. No.
Okay, so pretty much who's going to be the main characters? Who are the main characters? How they're going to survive this? That's the one thing there should be. I think that's what we're going to be talking about, because everybody's dying. Everybody went dead at a certain point in this race.
Yeah. It's like you say, the first hour was almost like a warm-up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was almost a warm-up to this event, to what has been happening later on in this race. And yeah, it's been crazy to witness, crazy to see. There's you're in England. Vortex, by the way, who in that first hour and a half was off so many times, had so many incidents, are running on the podium.
Yeah.
So, it just goes to show that this race, the 4 hours, not only is the endurance race never over till it's over, but when you throw the wet conditions into it, it amplifies that even more. And here we've got, just absolutely... Oh, who's that on pit entry? That is the Revolution Rico Kohlmeier. That looks like a blown engine as well.
Yep. That car, I don't think it's coming back anytime soon.
Oh my!
Oh, Lord.
It's a shame we haven't got replays today, because that would have been an interesting one to see what happened there. That's possibly done the same thing. Oh, now Piers Berry in the Tri-State number 23 LMP3 car is in the wall at Villeneuve as well.
And the car's broken.
People flag. Could this bring out the safety car?
Oh, if it does, it's going to change the whole race.
If it does, LMGT3s might get to the end of this race with one more pit stop now.
And you know what's mental is the fact that Beifeld is about a second away from Alan Paris. And Paris is about to do his pit stop. And he was super careful coming into the pit box.
Is that the best call from Alan Paris? Cars requesting the
It is. Yellow flag, safety car.
Safety car is coming out. Alan Paris has called that pit stop to perfection. Yes, they have lost track position. They've lost the lead.
Car 23, you can tell.
But if the other cars need to pit under the safety car, they will get that right back. Wow, that's a huge decision in this race. Wow, this has gone crazy.
If this was a full course yellow, it probably would have been the best call to action I've seen ever. But then again, we have to remind ourselves, pit closes when the full course yellow is actually called. When it says full course yellow in 10 seconds, that's when the pits are closed. It's not when it says full course yellow now, right? So this is something that people need to be mindful about. Because it is safety car, you don't know when the safety car is going to come in. But now, it's like, great pit. But the thing is, I just want to check out something which made me very curious. Are they in front of the safety car? Not quite. I really want to make out who's in front of the safety car. Benny still hasn't left the pit lane. He's waiting for the leader to actually do his lap, which is NOP. So actually, NOP might have actually, undone all the plans from Pax in this lap, because what happens? Eventually, some of the guys are gonna get the wave around, and they're gonna be able to be in the same lap as the leader. So it's the only thing that might differ out in this one is the positioning where they're gonna start this race. And to make matters even worse for some of the drivers, what's gonna happen now is the fact that we're getting out of the rain. So pretty much it's gonna be clear skies, I think all the way until 3:30 p.m. in the sim. That's where rain is expected. After that, right now we're gonna get basically a long period of dry racing without any rain. So I would say now becomes a very, very interesting race for us to try to break down, because the track is gonna dry out eventually, but how quickly those puddles are gonna go away while the track is now dry.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing as well is for Pax SimSport, they've just put on possibly a fresh set of dries, fueled for 45 minutes or so, that they can extend. So they're only going to be splashing and dashing for about 15, 20 minutes towards the end of this race.
Give or take.
So absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because they're going to be able to, you think about this now, they've came out the pit lane, the safety car's already out on track, right? So they're already saving fuel from the get-go.
Yep.
They're already saving fuel now. Now this is going to work one of two ways. It's either going to work in their favour that they have a short splash and dash, and it works in their favour. Depending on how long the safety car is, when the wave round is, when the pit lane opens, the guys around them who's got to still pit may be able to extend that little bit longer and have even shorter to splash and dash. So huge strategy call at this moment. Pax may have needed to pit on that lap regardless of the safety car. They may have needed to pit. So that may have not been their strategy to come in just before the safety car comes out. That may have been the way they've had to do it anyway. But huge strategy call from here on in.
The pit lane is still closed.
That is possible. That is a good possibility. I wonder how the other cars are operating with the fuel. I'm just trying to grab over here some of the cars. Which lap are we in right now from the lead of this race? Because right now NOP is on lap 81. They pitted on lap 58. They're already on the tail end of their field as well, right? So we need to, of course, we had the yellow flag and everything, right? They decided to do their strategies and all, but this race has taken a very interesting shape on how things are going on right now when the pits are open, and how this is going to progress, because it's crazy how now this race is now approaching its final hour.
Yeah, and if NOP are at the end of their pit stop, they need the pit lane to open sooner rather than later.
Yep.
Because otherwise, they're going to be Team World of Sim Racing, black flag to their name, by the way. Otherwise, they could have to pit while the pit lane is closed and then be given that penalty.
Yep, pretty much.
So they've got to pray that this pit lane opens sooner rather than later. Jake, look, great to see the Welsh flag, by the way, there on the screen. Love that. Who's got the Welsh flag next to them? Let's scroll down on my time screen. Jake Pitt in the McLaren ATR. Go on, Jake. Being a former another Welshman myself, great to see another Welsh flag out there being represented. So go on, Jake. Good luck to you. But yeah, for NOP, this is crucial time for their fuel at the moment.
Agreed. And we've seen fuel issues happen to some guys in
Starting the pass arounds, please pace on the left side of the track.
As we're going to get the pass around this time by, I'll get you the cars once race control actually hands out the pass rounds. That is going to be done by iRacing Text. So I expect quite a lengthy field to actually get some wave rounds. Paddock 967, flight level blue by PBM, Screechy Moose, and actually that's
All
pretty
pass
much
rounds
it.
have been issued. If you received a pass
So we're
round,
expecting
please
the pit lane open
take it
soon
on the
then.
right
So this
side of the
could
track.
work in the favour of NOP before their fuel runs out and they have to, and they're
Yeah.
forced to pit.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing for us to observe in a little bit, because I think this pit lane might actually be very busy looking from those who actually pitted on the last yellow flag.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so then, race has been neutralised for the 5th time. So Corbin Lenaway said 5. There's only an hour left, and this is the 5th safety car. So has he got it bang on? The rain has gone. The track is, look how dry that circuit is now, by the way. Look at how minimal wet patches on the circuit there are coming towards the very anti-alta chicane. It's now more about the curbs, isn't it? And the white lines to dry. Although I don't get why. Byford will be told to stay offline, won't he, for the wave around at the moment? Because I don't know why he's staying on the wet patches, but he'll be told that because of the wave around happening so far. Either way, race neutralised once again with just over an hour to go in this race.
All pass rounds have been taken.
And is that the call for pit window opening?
Reminder,
No,
pit lane is
pass
still
around is
closed.
complete.
Oh! Mimica have spun under the safety car. What has happened there at the very anti-alta?
Oi, oi, oi. I think it is a natural driver mistake from Mimica right there. I'll get you. I'll look on the replay and I'll get you this, but I think this was a natural mistake from Peter Hermark. As he was on the racing line, just coming around the outside, just clipped I think a water puddle, and the car immediately spun around.
There we go then. So that's what we were saying about the curbs being treacherous still at the moment in time. So they're going to be what's drying even more throughout this race, and that's going to be a bonus to the drivers then, because they'll just be able to push flat out, won't they, to the end of this race, using all the curbs that they can, the quicker they start to dry.
Yes, because right now the track is 27 Celsius degrees, right? Indian temperature is sitting right about 31, but it's starting to pick up right now, Matthew. It was 27 to 29 now. I think because now we have no more rain. We have no more skies to be... We still have skies, but we don't have rain to be worried about at this moment. We are within clear conditions. This track is going to pick up some heat. And I expect for us to be seeing that at those 30 to 38 degrees on the racetrack by the end of it. So this could actually be, dry pretty much quickly within 20 minutes if the track still remains like this. Picking up the weather at 31 degrees now. This is going to come up quite quickly now.
Yeah, it is going to come up quite quickly. It is going to come up rather fast. And... well, we'll get to see what happens as this race develops, but one thing we can tell you is what a crazy race it has been. What an absolutely awesome event it has been. And it isn't over. It is far from over. 1 hour, 6 minutes remaining on the clock. So any GT3s that pit when the pit lane opens will get to the end of the race. And that is crucial for them, because they know they've got, for the LMGT3 class, they know they've got one pit stop left to make. For the LMP2s and the LMP3s, they've still got at least another 20 minutes or so until they will have one pit stop left to make. So at the moment, if you're in them LMP3s, pit lanes open now, then so the LMGT3s, I imagine, will flood in to the pits to get that last pit stop done. And this is good for NOP. They've obviously not run out of fuel yet. They can get to the end of this race, or to the end of this stint, without having to pit with the pit lane closed, and they can get to fuel up the car before they run out of fuel.
Yeah, sure. Pax is going to go back into the lead of this race one more time. I think with everybody else staying out have to go in rather to do their pit stop. I'm just trying to see where Pack's coming out of the pit lane. They came out in 9th place. Taking a look, what would go in World of Sim Racing Delta, Pro Body Motorsport Racing Panda, and NOP. They all pitted on lap 58, so they are due to come into the pit stop this time by. The only one maybe outside might be Myrmica, but Myrmica is actually standing right behind Pax in the slots.
Ryan Gill there in the NOP GT3 car just had a spin as well, and the Screeching Mooses have now had a moment going through the chicane. So that Variante Alta chicane at low speeds is causing the drivers some issues here, and this will probably be the easiest the pit lane will be to take. As look at all the
LMP remain. They did, but they are 1 lap behind.
Look at all the GT3s, by the way. Almost all of them coming into the pit lane here, knowing that this will be their final pit stop of the race.
Yep, pretty much.
So here we go. Let's see what's going to happen in this race. With plenty of time left on the clock for moves to be made, overtakes to happen. What are we about to witness?
Pax now propelled to the lead of the race with Myrmica in P2. Turn 1 is P3.
Turn 1 of P2, it's saying. Wait, where? In LMP2? Turn 1 of P2?
Yeah, turn 1 is P2 and LMP2 class, but overall it's going to be P3 because P3, yeah. Everybody pitting.
I'm with you now. Crazy day. A crazy day of racing here at Imola. Remember, we come back in September for the Spa-Francorchamps, the 4th round of the season. We then are back in the back end of September for Silverstone, and then we end the season at Portimão in October. As we've got 1 hour, 2 minutes on the clock. Green flag this lap. We know that the prototypes, the LMP2s and the LMP3s, will have 1 pit stop left to make. For the GT3s that have just pitted under the safety car, they will be going to the end. In fact, ATR lead this race and pitted on lap 78. So they pitted 2 laps ago. Screeching Mooses pitted on lap 56. I'm surprised they've not come in to do a pit stop, the Screeching Mooses. Everybody else pitted on lap 80, 79, 77. So is Jake Pitt, who pitted 2 laps ago, sitting in the box seat here?
Which one?
Jake Pitt, ATR, leading McLaren, number 39 in LMGT3.
Remember that he actually came out of the pit lane. Right. Oh my lord!
That's behind the Acura. Oh, and now the Screeching Mooses are into the side of the Rising Panda. Just what is going on today?
We are not going green. 1 more lap.
Green,
we are not going green.
Wow. Green cancelled. Did you just say that?
Yeah, green cancelled is going to extend for 1 more lap.
1 more lap. This all plays into the hand of the GT3 cars. This is absolute cinema. Absolute cinema.
Oh, Screeching Moose got a black flag because of this, I think.
Yeah, that'll be for incident points.
And they're going to get a penalty as well, so it's like rubbing salt to the wound.
Yeah. Honestly, this race has been absolute cinema today. Absolute cinema. Into the pits comes World of Sim Racing. Tell you what, Lorenzo, I wouldn't like to call who's going to win this race. I would not like to call who's going to win this one. I think this is going to go anyway in this last hour. Yes, it's going to dry even more. Yes, we're not expecting any more rain to be seen on the circuit, but I would not like to call which way this one's going to go.
You know what's the biggest problem right now here?
Come on.
Is the battle. We got a battle for top 3, right? Murica and turn 1 sitting right behind each other. The only thing that separates them is the impact, the number 7 car. I think he's going to get out of the way as soon as he crosses the start-finish line, so turn 1 can go through. The problem becomes here. This thing right here on LMP2's front. He has P1 Racing, DSP, and also he has a Tri-State Racing cars ahead. Tri-State leads everyone off. If you're at the back marker, like in Isaac Whiteman and look at Picardi, the one thing you should be thinking about is do not stay within the lead lap, right?
Why haven't Tri-State been given the wave around?
Because I think Race Control just decided to speed up the process and wave the second wave around.
There we go. So I'd have assumed that they'd have wanted the leader to be behind the safety car. So but there we go.
Yeah, I agree. Then again, we're not Race Control. We're not going to discuss this. We're just speculating over here, people. But because of this, you put 2 cars that are trying to stay within the lead lap, be within the contention of this race. Because let's just say another yellow flag goes on by, right? Something happens, especially happens to the to Pac's car. Not saying it will, but imagine something happens. You are within the lead lap. If you are the back marker, would you relinquish the lead if you have pace? You might just ignore the blue flag. Of course, it might seem anti-ethical, but then again, it's something that you have to think this late in the race. Track position is going to matter, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on Pax, and eventually going to put a lot of pressure on Murbica in turn 1 to see what is going to come down out of that kerfuffle, as now we're going to approach potentially the final green flag of this race.
Hopefully the final green flag. The safety car has pulled in. The Screeches Mooses have got a black flag to serve at the moment. Isaac Whiteman gets this race back underway, but he's P4 in that LMP2 Pro-Am category at the moment. They're trying to stay ahead of DSP Esports, who are just behind them. That's for 4th and 5th place. Your lead car is in fact, Pac Simsport have just got a black flag. It has just popped up that Alan Paris has just got a black flag for the Pac Simsport car. As we get this race underway, Murmica coming under pressure from turn 1, or was momentarily, but Pac Simsport now black flag to their name.
Please don't tell me they got into contact with the car ahead.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know what's happened, but all of a sudden, the team that have pulled a strategy that pitted, but just before the safety car come out, has now got a drive-through penalty to do.
I'm actually interested to see if there's any penalties coming from Race Control.
Yeah, that would be the interesting one. See if the messages pop up at the top of the screen or not. So then, Pax have got it to do, and they're probably going to lose the lead of this race. This is Fabian Elbers on the back of the train. That's Sam Spinell in the PBM at the Paul Botting Motorsport 99 LMP2 Pro-Am car. And remember, Alpine, great opening stint to this race. Trying to attack around the outside. Looking around the outside of 2 of them now, and gets the inside line for the next part of the Variante Alta chicane, which is drying. But look at the chaos with all the traffic coming through the Variante Alta now then. GT3s, LMP2s. I don't think there's an LMP3 in there. But Fabian Elbers looking every way he can to try and make up some moves in this race to get back towards the sharp end of the grid.
That is just crazy what is transpiring in this race, as again, Pac still has to serve their black flag. One of the most awkward black flags I've ever seen in my whole life.
Screechy Mooses are in to serve their black flag. Like you say, Pac Simsport have got to come in for theirs as Fabian Elbers gets past the McLaren, the lead McLaren of LMGT3, to put a lap on it. And he's now getting closer to the back of the cars around him. Only 2 seconds off the back of NOP. This is Jake Pitt, the Welshman for ATR. leading in LMGT3 by 3.5 seconds from Vortex, by the way. Vortex are in the shout of a win. Yet in the first hour of this race was on the grass and in the gravel more times than anybody else in this race. As Jake Pitt just trying to take that wider line, not to be involved in any dramas through Tozer with the traffic coming through. I must say, by the way, great work from the LMGT3 cars in this race, because there's been a lot of traffic to deal with and they've done so well.
Yeah, they had a lot of respect for everyone, so this is great. As now Picardi has an issue on Variante Alta and more complications for DSP. They might have taken the lap as well from the race leader.
They've been lapped by the leader because they was in front of the pack behind the safety car, if you remember, with that of
correct.
Of Tri-State, I believe it was. There is Alan Parrish, does not pit. So Alan Parrish carries on his way. So we'll need to pit next time around to get the drive-through done.
Oh, and now another, from what it looks over here, car number 61, 967 Racing has a drive-through penalty for incident responsibility and a warning for the number 99 Full Body Motorsport LMP2 Pro P2.
Yep, so some decisions coming in from race control. The Pack Sim Sport team need to pit now. Are they just trying to open? Have they just tried in these opening couple of laps to just open their gap over the cars around them? Look, they've got the gap to Gow into 23 seconds. It's 18 seconds to Paul Botting Motorsport in P2. So are they just trying to extend this run and open up the gap to the cars behind them in this race? Drive-through penalty for the 39. Close pit lane violation. That is the lead McLaren in LMGT3.
Oi, oi, oi.
So it pitted a couple of laps early. Well, it pitted while the pit lane was closed.
Oh dear, that is going to give the lead to Vortex, and Bravo Snow are fighting out for the lead of this race in LMGT3. Crazy, dude.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable scenes. What is happening here at Imola in the final hour as well. And Van Look, well, how's your look? Because like we said, Vortex didn't seem to have any drive-through for the 51 for incident responsibility. I'm just trying to find out who the 51 is. That is Team World of Sim Racing. As Pack Sim Sport come in, Team World of Sim Racing drive-through penalty to their name as well. And yeah, what a race. There is the Team World of Sim Racing, Andreas Quintana. P7 in class at the moment.
Oh no.
What's happened?
Yeah, Paris penalty is much worse than it looks like. It might have been something on the start that actually made him stop on the stall itself.
Is this a stop and hold for Pax?
Maybe.
It is. Well, the clock. Oh no, sorry, they're at 27 seconds. Just over 30 seconds now in the pit box they've been in, and now they're away. So yes, I think that was possibly a 30-second stop and hold there for the Pack Sim Sport car. So they're down to third, but have now got a lot of work to do to regain that time once again.
Yeah, they're gonna need a miracle right now as they come out of the pit lane. Much drier line right now. Unlikely we're gonna see some guys getting unsafe pit exit issues at the moment.
This and the lead battle.
The drive-through penalty.
There we go. The Screechy moves through the drive-through penalty yet again. So they've just done one. They've got another one to serve. This though is the lead battle in LMGT3. Vortex versus Bravo. Bravo Snow, isn't it? I believe.
Yeah. No, that's Tri-State.
Right, sorry. So when did Bravo Snow get ahead of Vortex then? Because they're now 2 seconds up the road. Bravo Snow. So they've absolutely cleared out up front.
Weird. I think I got an explanation from Francisco Quinque. They got a penalty for overtaking under yellow.
There we go. So that's why they got a penalty.
Very weird.
Yeah, really weird. I don't know where Bravo Snow have came from, because this was the battle for the lead. It now isn't. As here comes Likkonen in the Tri-State car to the outside, down towards Ravazza. That'll be the wetter part of the circuit. Tucks it back in. You just see the lack of grip he had there on corner entry, just because he was on that wetter part on turn in. Yes, there's no rain around, and the car is, yes, going to dry. But you've got to wait for it to dry at the moment. Thiago Mello with Bravo Snow is absolutely checked out. 2.5 seconds in the lead of this LMGT3 fight, and was 1.5 seconds quicker last lap on the last lap times we're seeing on the screen.
Yeah, they got their pro driver so in the car, so they're trying to break away and try to do the best with that Mustang, which is one of the better cars in this new build. So it's surprising for us to see that Mustang breaking away from the BMW and also from the Aston Martin. But the BMW is a solid car as well, so this is why Loikkanen has some really good grip around that race car too. But Bravo Snow just decided to check out and perform after the issue with that racing coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, indeed they did. And Vortex now have got to be careful. Here's the Impact number 16 car coming under pressure from Delta Racing behind. So Delta Racing trying to make their way up into P4 in this race. They're only a couple of seconds off the back of Vortex and Tri-State. And the more that Vortex and Tri-State start battling as well, the more you feel that they could get onto the pack. In fact, NOP and Project 91 are in this scrap for P4 as well. Look, 4 GT3s, all different manufacturers duking it out for P4 at the moment. You can just see how much that track is starting to dry already. Without that rain falling, you can just see how quick this track is starting to dry here.
Yeah, it is picking up very quick. Track temperature still stable at 31 Celsius, but track temperature...
Side by side,
36.
Impact on the outside line. Delta Racing have got ahead of the Ford Mustang of Impact. Drive through for car 97 for a closed pit lane violation. The 97 is the Sahara GT LMP3 car. And here comes the NOP for Mercedes-Benz on the back of the Ford Mustang. Through some of the puddles they go. To the outside line goes this number 16 Impact on Delta Racing's Toledo. Can't get the move done though into Tamburello this time around. And there is the Pack Sim Sport car who's going to want to lap these four pretty quickly. Here comes NOP though in the Mercedes-Benz. Pack Sim Sport are going to have to sit and wait patiently as up the inside goes NOP. And that of Bart Mattia gets through. I wondered where the Pack Sim Sport car had gone then, but it was just hidden behind the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, it's now another penalty for the driver, number 50, World of Sim Racing. Every penalty under safety car a problem. So he's going to have to go back. And Sikorsky is on the inside of Ricky Chowan in Project 91. Even with the damage up in the front of the car, moves one spot into the top 6.
Not sure what's happened to that Ford Mustang. Since losing out to the BMW, it just seems to have died a little bit in this race, doesn't it? It just seems to have really gone off the boil. That is Patrick Boillard in the Paul Bodding Motorsport Ferrari, who is off at Villeneuve then. Gets it back on the circuit now. So just showing that there are still patches of this circuit that are a little bit wet. Paddock GG in from 3rd place for a penalty in the LMP3 class. And if this is just a drive-through, they should come out ahead of the Camel Llama racing car. No, they haven't. There goes the Camel Llama, so ignore me. So out in P5, because they've also lost out to Ball State, but they're not a million miles away off this pack.
Yeah, still not out of the woods just yet, as battle is kind of ignited for this top 3 spots of sorts, right? For the top 3, as Ball State is still trying to chase down CCR and still trying to do their best. As now we also got this change for P5, as you saw Paddock GG coming out of the pit lane 2 seconds behind flight level.
We've also had Tri-State have got past Vortex and are within 0.7 of a second of Bravo Snow in LMGT3. And this is Marcus Beidfeld trying to get through on the W2E Pro GP team for NOP. They've got the Rising Pandas right behind them as well. So Rising Panda trying to get another position here. But we've got a fight at the front of LMGT3 between Bravo Snow and Tri-State, as well as this one of NOP and Rising Panda. This is all for P3 in the LMP2 category. And there is Remy Lush in that Rising Panda car trying to get on the podium, as that is the Paddock GG car that's just done a drive-through penalty and is around at Aqua Minerale.
Yeah, coming out in front of the Bravo Snow and the Tri-State car, who are now battling for position, as the BMW managed to caught up with the Mustang, and Michael Van Luke still struggling to get behind the car, both car ahead.
Indeed they do. We believe most of the GT3s are going until the very end of this race. For those that pitted under the safety car, they can go over the hour, and expect to see any of the prototypes in from now towards the end of the race for their final stops, because this will be now the time where they will get to the end of the race with that one final stop.
True. This is basically a sprint to the finish.
Oh, Project 91, Sikorsky looking to make a move on the inside of Tamburello. Good move over the NOP Mercedes-Benz, so even with that damage on the front of the Porsche, it gets ahead of the Mercedes into Tamburello. Great move from Franek Sikorsky there in the Project 91 Porsche 992. Lovely little move. Lovely little move.
Great move.
And this is now where we're starting to see here, Lorenzo, that drivers have just now got that more confidence to go off of the racing line because of how quick this circuit is starting to dry out.
Absolutely. But still some dangerous areas, isn't it? So still some
100%.
sketchy spots for you to get yourself off guard. And if you are off guard and you're not paying attention, you are going to get screwed. As there you go, Wojtek around the outside trying to defend off the Paddock GG, but it's not enough as Paddock GG goes through.
You can still see through the Variante Alta chicane, through Acqua Minerale, even Ravazza, there still seems to be some sketchy spots out there, as here goes the Tri-State BMW. They have closed the gap on the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang. Brake a little earlier, get it turned in. Still got to watch out for them curbs a little bit as well. And now this is crucial. Can they get the run out the final part of Ravazza? Down onto the rear, in the slipstream of the Ford Mustang. They've dropped Vortex. They've left them in their dust. This is a two-way fight for the lead of this race, with 43 minutes left on the clock between Bravo Snow and Impact and Tri-State, in this LMGT3 battle. At the moment, towards Tamburello, the BMW just not close enough at the moment to have a look to make that move. But there you see, look, there you see one of the wet patches, and look at how it's compromised the Ford Mustang, who now has to go on the defensive from the BMW towards the outside of Villeneuve. Loikkonen having a look, but can't do anything about it. And that's what you're saying, Lorenzo. Them little patches off of line that are still there can just cause you a bit of trouble.
Yeah, gonna take off your speed, maybe a little bit of your stability in the middle of the process as well. Meanwhile, battle for P2 in the LMP2 class as NOP finally is on the back end of turn 1 as well. So we're going to be looking towards that as well. But this is the most important. So look, the two battles are both important for different reasons. But in this one could be detrimental for position within the top 5 of the standings, as it is kind of like an open chase as everybody's still chasing down Project 91 team.
Indeed, they are. Tri-State are on the back of Bravo Snow and just are relentless at the moment. The pressure, they are not yielding at all. They need to try and force that of Thiago Mello in the Bravo Snow car into a little bit of a mistake in this race if they're to get moved on. That is one of the LMP2 Pro-Ams. That's the number 7 Impact car, very slow on the apex of Ravazza there, trying to get back to the pit lane. That's just held up Vortex and Delta Racing. Delta Racing, by the way, oh, it's in the wall. It's in the wall. It's got to come back across the circuit into the pits. Manages to do so without any further incidences. That should keep the safety cars at bay. And that is Myrmica in. This will be its final stop of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are now approaching crunch hours for everyone, NOP is going to go through. Rising Panda is going to be on the inside looking forward as they are on the puddles and nearly on a Bottas-George Russell situation. As turn 1 closes the gap, closes the door, nearly causes a contact with Rising Panda. And that could have been nearly disastrous to both drivers there. As Lisa played with fire with that block on the inside of the Tamburello chicane.
Really could have been. Thankfully, it wasn't. As look at that fight in LMGT3, by the way. You've got a battle for the lead. You've got a battle for second place. And I believe you've got a battle for... you've got a battle then for third place. And then I believe 5th place, that of Project 91 on to a million miles away. Look, there's Vortex, and then that of the Delta Racing, and then Project 91. All pretty close together. NOP are just dropping off the back of this queue, but there's 3 for that final podium spot at this moment. Aston Martin, BMW, Porsche, and the Porsche is the one that looks the quicker of the 3 cars, even with the damage on the front that it has.
Absolutely, still looking very pacey, that Project 91 car. Had pace all season long, but it's surprising me, even though they had the damage, it's still looking kind of faster than the other cars. I know Ferenc Sikorsky is a fast driver, don't get me wrong, but I didn't think that a Porsche would have all the grunt it is having right now, all the horses and everything, to catch up to those guys in front and still have the same pace. Because look, if I'm looking correctly, doesn't that car look a little bit bent up on the wing, as the turn 1 is in the pit lane, another LMP2's too.
Yep, so another LMP1 into the pits. That will get them to the end of the race when they have done that latest stop. And what a race this has been. What a race this is turning out to be. We've had the mad chaos of the wet weather that's been slowly drying all race. And now that the track is drying even more, we're getting them battles, like Lorenzo said, a sprint race format almost, towards the very end with 38 minutes left on the clock. This has been a race for the ages here on the European SportsCar Championship live on ASV TV. It's been a pleasure to have you all watching along in this race this afternoon. It's just been crazy. Just been absolutely crazy.
Crazy is an understatement.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Right, Thiago Mello, what have you got left in the locker? So far, Thiago is doing a good job at keeping that BMW at bay, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. The Brazilian is doing a great drive on that Mustang. But don't get me wrong, Loiken is doing a fantastic job on that BMW M4 GT3 Evo that is sitting right behind in the Tri-State Racing. But we still need to see if this is going to be all the way to the end between these two guys, because I know Delta has some really good pace in them as well. And Delta and Project 91 too, they can catch with these 37 minutes. As I just saw by the glint, with the glint on my eye, the SP Esport had a slowdown somewhere in the racetrack.
Yep, indeed they have, as here comes Nico Loikkanen once again, putting that pressure on NOP. Just lurking in the background, that's the NOP leader in LMP2, just coming to put a lap on them. We go to the outside line of Tozer. We'll look to try and go around the outside of both of them here, but isn't going to get any. It's kind of halted Tri-State's run there, hasn't he, as well a little bit? That gap's just opened up through NOP being on the outside. So Tri-State have got all that work to do again, just to get onto the back of the Ford Mustang now.
Yeah. Traffic gives and traffic takes, but at least it will go back eventually. As now we're looking into impact in the number 6 with Diego Luigi on the wheel. And you might be thinking, wait, wasn't Diego from another team? He was. But Rosso kind of like I said before, the core of Rosso kind of like dismantled after the 24 hours of the last night.
Which is a shame, because Rosso,
a shame.
Really good team, but Diego Luigi now at impact. So wanting to show his values to them. Running in P11 in LMP2 at the moment. And a 2 laps down on the car ahead. Drive through for car number 5. Who is the number 5?
Screechy Moose.
The Screechy Mooses, of course. They've got another drive-through penalty down in 10th place. What was looking quite a promising race for them early doors has turned into chaos now.
Unfortunate to see that, as you can see Tri-State is going to have the impact car split up with the Rising Panda standing in front of Thiago Mello right there. But as soon as he gets away, we're going to resume our battle for the lead, as Luigi already blinking the headlights on the inside of Thiago Mello. Both Brazilians understand each other and both get away quite cleanly.
Yep, indeed they do, and that now, like you say, traffic gives and traffic takes. Well, it's taken now away from Thiago Mello. Let's put the BMW back within that half a second window of it. We've got Bart Matcher in the NOP Mercedes-Benz on the back of the Project 91 Porsche as well further down the field. Here's Van Luck, who is pulled away from Toledo in the BMW. Just looking to see any other battles happening out there on circuit. Not that I can see. Turn 1 and Myrmica, not massively close. And there we go. Leukinen side by side to the outside of the chicane. Brakes a lot earlier, brakes a lot heavier. Knew that he was never going to pull that move off and sensibly got out of it.
Yeah. Got to race with your head as well.
Still 34 minutes to go, so still a long way left in this race.
NOP with the fastest lap of the race now.
Yeah. Yeah, they've just turned it on all of a sudden. They've not looked great today, but now all of a sudden have just turned it on. And, you know, with Rising Panda into the pits from second, yeah, NOP have still got to pit, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, 83, they last lap pitted 83. They've still got to pit to splash and dash at the end, but, you know, you've got to do what you've got to do, haven't you? And NOP are just trying to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is Delta Racing, second place in the LMP2 category at the moment. Just getting past that of the Vortex car. Ball State in P4 and LMP3. They've got a black flag there now. So they're also going to be coming into the pit lane soon. That's possibly put to end their podium chances. It was only a couple of seconds off the back of Camel Llama Racing in P3 and LMP3, but they've now got to come into the pits. Nathaniel Fryman there coming in. So still some penalties coming in thick and fast, and you've got to remember, after this, over this 3.5 hours, as in comes the W2E Pro GP, that'll be for, oh, that's a black flag as well to their name. You got to think, yeah. I wonder how many teams have got anything left of their 20x points, of their original 20x points, should we say?
I don't think everyone blew it at a certain point.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, what a day. Oh, that's the number 7 impact. Hard shunted to the wall. Henry Mantle there. They've got a penalty. They've got the meatball. Is this about to bring the safety car out with 32 minutes on the clock?
I think they can manage.
If this pulls over, you have to think the safety car is going to come out. And what would this do to the teams who's got to pit in LMP2 and LMP3?
All hell break loose.
It'll just give them a free pit stop, won't it? It'll just give them a free pit stop to come in and just absolutely go for it at the very end of this race. I think we might be all right, though. Henry Mantle's trying to get back here in the number 7 impact car. So I think we might be okay here. And into the pits he comes. Yes, we are then. So no safety car in this race with 32 minutes to go. As Team World of Sim Racing back into the pits, possibly for their final stop of the race once again. Right then, what a day it has been at Imola. Before we head into our little summer break, before Spa-Francorchamps of round 4 of the season. NOP lead in LMP2. Pack Simsport lead once again.
Oh.
Impact. They didn't pit and now they're going to park it. This will bring out the safety car.
Maybe not, because you're in a safe area. So just... that would be an area where they can pull the car safely, I think, without triggering the safety car. we'll see. I'm just waiting for what race control is going to say.
That's confused me. Did they have a drive-through to do as well? Did they have to do a drive-through?
They did have a drive-through.
So they've done that and not been able to pit. Here's Kitsune's Lamborghini. They've been in the wars today.
Yeah, being told they can tow. No yellow flag.
Right, no yellow flag. They can tow, no yellow flag. Whew. We all had to hold our breath for a moment.
You can catch your breath.
Yeah, I was going to say. We all had to catch our breath for a moment because that yellow flag may have just made this last part of the race. If that had been out for 10 or 15 minutes, we'd have had a 15-minute sprint to the end, in which would have been, which you can imagine would have been pure chaos.
That's putting it mildly.
Very mild.
mild.
Yeah. Right, this is the Fischer Motorsport on the back of the Lamborghini. This might be for position. It is for position. There we go. Right, ignore the fact that they're saying that they're being classed as in LMP3. Obviously, we know they're not because they're in a Porsche. So, Kitsune trying to hold off Fischer here. All position in the LMGT3 category. So come through Ravazza, 29 minutes just under on the clock. Lorenzo, I'd say sum up today's race, but in fact, hang on a minute, because here goes the Fischer Porsche up the inside, nearly contact with the Kitsune Lamborghini, looking to the inside of Tamburello, and a good little move from Austin Edwards, moving them up the order once again. So that's another position gained in LMGT3. I'd say, Lorenzo, sum up this race for us, but it's been that crazy, I don't think you're going to be able to.
No. I think in all my list of predictions, I wouldn't have predicted a race like this. Oh! Simatok in Delta.
Yes. Now, have they had their own incidents, or have they had a coming together?
In a little bit.
Get us that information, yeah, because they're both off at different points of the Variante Alta, but it doesn't mean they've had a coming together here. And that was key. They did have a coming together.
Because what happens? Ayrton was going to actually overtake, was going to try to overtake the W2 car while overtaking the Simatok, and I think Simatok, when it went into braking, it got into a puddle and made contact with the Delta car.
So still the rain is continuing, to carry on. So still that rain that has fallen is still continuing to carry on, causing problems for drivers out there, as that is the Rising Panda car, who is off at Ravazza, was fighting for a couple of places as well.
Good things developing as Pax comes into for their final pit stop of this race, in Full Body Motorsport is going to be in the lead of this race, but of course Sam Spinell has to do their pit stop.
So Spinell's in to do the pit stop. Marcus Beidfeld as well in to do his pit stop. So final stops being made in this race for some of these drivers, and this has been that first hour. This has been the calmest part of the race.
Yep. And it still has been enough for us to hold our breath every single time.
Indeed. Right, where are we? 26 minutes on the clock. Drivers getting to the end. That is Spinell, leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, who has had a moment at Acqua Minerale. Was leading in the LMP2 Pro-Am category and has now just had that drama, so they've got to go again and hope everything stays, relatively okay.
The car seems to be okay, though.
Yeah, it does. Alpine have got a drive-through penalty leading in LMP2 at the moment. They have a drive-through penalty to their name. So the Alpine car that did so well at the start, it has unravelled for them. It's gone very dark all of a sudden. We're not expecting a last 25-minute downpour, are we, just to spice things up?
Yeah, I'm wondering what happened over here. I wonder if they actually... Oh, they made contact with the W2 car on the entry of Villeneuve, and that was enough for them to get a 4X, I think.
On dark, Lorenzo. It's gone very dark overhead.
Yeah.
It's Imola.
But I can assure you, no rain.
That's a shame. That would have spiced things up for the last 24 minutes, wouldn't it?
I don't know if the drivers would appreciate the fact that imagine there's rain coming down and hard rain in the final 15 minutes as Alpine comes into the pit lane.
Oh, and who's that off? That's George Watson, who's now just dropped down to P5 in the LMP3 category. Paddock GG have got a drive through as well. So was there an incident between them two to put Watson off, maybe? But a drive-through penalty for Paddock GG, number 71, in LMP3. Bravo Snow look like they've got this one in the bag now. 2 seconds clear of Tri-State in this LMP3 race. The gaps look, barring any mistakes or drive-throughs or needing to pit, the gaps look like they should, you know, what we're seeing for leaders should kind of be the end result, shouldn't it? Bar, like I say, any mistakes.
Yeah, barred any issues, barred any mistakes. This is it. It doesn't change. It's too bad that we didn't get a battle for continuation of the battle for P1 in between Bravo Snow and Tri-State, though.
Yeah, Tri-State's just fell off the back of them. So I don't really know what has happened to them. Let's see if Paddock GG come into the pits for their drive-through penalty. Yeah, they do, straight in. Oh, Pack sliding through the final corner there. Really threw it into the corner. Well, they've got to get a move on because they know they've got to close that gap. They've got 11 seconds to gain on Gowie. So they've got to get a move on after their latest pit stop. Here we go. Bart Mathieu of NOP GT3 is coming under pressure from the number 16 Impact car now. Through Aqua Minerali, there you go. Oh, who's that off? That is the World of Sim Racing. They've been in the fair share of incidents today as well, haven't they? And they're off with Ball State, 4th place in that LMP3 fight. Yeah, World of Sim Racing have had some dramas today.
Unfortunate. It's crazy to see a team that has some interesting pace on that World of Sim Racing car. Been doing very well in this championship. Not a lot of top results. They were 6th in Zandvoort, but it's still enough for them to be in the top 5. They are sitting P4 in the standings for now. So see if this is gonna remain moving forward, because I think NOP will be in the top of the standings. The question is, who's sitting P2? Because Turn 1 is sitting at 21 points. P1 Racing is pretty much out of contention over here. They're gonna get shuffled back. Question is Turn 1 going to P2, and will Mermica also go to P2 or P3 depending on circumstances?
Well, this is interesting to keep our eyes on, isn't it? And we'll see what happens as this race develops. By the way, Alpine, after their drive-through, are still 2nd place in LMP2, so we've had a cracking recovery in this one. They've done really well to get back up into that 2nd place. And yeah, fair play to them, because, like I say, they had a great start and it just unravelled for them, but it looks like they're going to get a good finish out of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for us to see the current champion in LMP2 Pro-Am having this kind of performance, but the thing is they had to pit, so this damage is going to get even worse with the black flag.
Yeah, it is indeed. And let's see what's going to happen after this, because so far been a good day for many a team out there. It's been a tricky day for also a lot of them. Alpine back into the pits, yes, sadly for them. they've got the pit stop to do as well. And that's going to probably put them out of contention for this podium now, you'd have to say.
Yep. Looking forward to it.
Oh, Rising Panda in the background's just gone off. They've just picked up a drive-through as well, so that must have been for incident points. Off the circuit, there you go, down to P5. And now they've got a drive-through penalties. Look at that carnage in the background, almost coming to the forefront.
That's pole body in DSP 4 position, I think.
No, I don't
Actually,
think
it's DSP trying to take the lap away, rather.
Yeah, pole botting all ahead. DSP at 5th place at the moment in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. Robert Snow's got 4 seconds over Tri-State now, so Tri-State's just dropped off a cliff in this race at the moment, pace-wise. Still seeing some puddles lurking around though at the moment as well, aren't we? We're still seeing them damper and wetter parts of the circuit still just lurking around the track here, so just at times causing a bit of a nuisance when we're coming to laps on traffic. As there is P4 Delta Racing, 10 seconds off the back of the podium. That'll be pretty tough to claw back as well, barring a mistake from the front one of the front from turn 1 in 3rd place.
Yeah. Interesting scenarios that are probably going to develop for Spa in about 2 months. So, looking forward to see what team's going to have to concoct for the final 3 races of the season. I was telling this to my team now on our team chat. Basically, if you think about it, as Imola Racing is going to come into the pit lane, Blue Body Motorsport has a drive-through, so they're going to have to serve that, I think, prior to do their pit stop. And Zach Sweeney is going to get that as Oscar Motivinevic having a little bit of an issue for Rising Panda GT3 though.
Yeah, indeed, out of Ravazza as well. So that's a mistake for them. Not what they'd have wanted. Down in 9th place in the Rising Panda Aston Martin. Well, lap ahead of the Screechy Moose. So that is a name. Yeah. Oh, and there is the Screechy Mooses, who's made a mistake. That's on the entry into Ravazza. They've done that all on their own. There's not even a car around them. And they've just gone off. They must have clipped a wet part of the circuit there under braking.
Most likely. Yeah, let me see if we can get a scene of this. And I'll report back to you. Just trying to find them locally over here.
Right then, here is Rafael Pereira, in the W2E Pro GP. Obviously the prime car being chased by Nathan Walter. This is for overall position.
Yep.
At the moment, because obviously the W2E Pro GP team are in the Pro-Am category. They come towards Variante Alta once again. The Acura GT3 car just clipping a bit of the wet patches there as NOP and these two fighting for overall position come to lap. It was just clipping a bit of wet patches. Got a little squirrely under the braking there in towards Variante Alta, but manages to keep pointing in the right direction at the moment.
Yeah. At least the car is still one piece.
Yeah.
Looking at Urexoy's incident, he actually clipped the puddles on the entry of Ravazza.
There you go. NOP then putting a lap on the two cars ahead that are fighting it out. And the battles have just got too big now, haven't they? We're just not seeing them fights develop for the leads, for the podiums in these categories anymore. The battles just haven't came together at the end of the race. They've just spread out a little bit now. So, like you said, what you see is what you're going to get pretty much for these podium finishes. Well, I say that.
I'm just trying to take a look.
Sorry, Lorenzo. I say that this is a fight for second place between the Cool Camel Llama Racing and Ball State for second place in LMP3.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I think if there's one thing we could try to pick up on is maybe the battle between Sam Spinell and also Pax, but the problem is Pax is not even in P. It says they are in P3, but in my scoring sheet, Gowan is sitting in the middle. He's sitting in P3 in the LMP2 Pro. Oh, never mind. It's between Gowan and Pax. That's what I meant to say. I got it confused. Because Pax pace is very fast. It's kind of fast, but it's not closing the gap kind of quickly to Gowan.
Yeah, 6 seconds between them. And yeah, this is the fight for P2 in LMP3 at the moment that's developing between the Cool Camel Llama Racing team and the Ball State team. PBM, Paul Body Motorsport out front, just set their fastest lap of the race. Oh, and that battle's going to come to a premature end because Nathaniel Fryman into the pit lane for his final stop.
And the SP Esport also got a black flag for incident points too. And now we're looking into a battle for top 3. Eventually we didn't get a battle between Tri-State and Bravos. No, for now, but now we have again Michael Van Lucken and also the driver from Delta sitting in P4 as Sikorsky has an issue on the Aqua Minerale. Has a drive-through because of this impact. I don't know if they got involved into this. I'll pick it up later. But also got a black flag too. And with that being said, still the battle for P3 rages on as looking on the replay, apparently there is a contact from Impact. Impact made contact with Fredrik Sikorsky, which made a subsequent contact with the Gowan Racing team. So the Gowan Racing team, I think they have to serve a black flag as well. Just crazy moments what happening in the final moments of this race. But I don't think Gowan is going to lose P3 in the process in these final minutes of this race, as they have a lengthy gap to Tri-State as they're coming out of the pit box. Impact's just serving their penalty as well. Gap between Bravos and Tri-State in the LMGT3 still remains at 1.8 seconds between them. And as now we're looking into Matt Kinsley, and I think this is Ball State staying on the outside for P5 as Quinsley goes on the inside, and great move from Quinsley to nab that P4 from paddock.gg. Ball State tries to have a little bit of a battle around the outside, but it's simply not enough for him to go through. And right behind is Jonathan Froelich from the flight level team, who I think is also a battle for position. You can see Quinsley now breaking away there. I think there's a little bit more speed coming out of the Legier P320 from Ball State, but it's not going to be enough for Fryman to make that overtake. Just going to try to play a little bit of pressure on Chamburello. Not enough for Quinsley to actually fold. But the problem is, you can see right behind, the Froelich just got caught in the short end of the stick and lost a lot of time with the traffic. So basically, the traffic taking away a lot of time from the flight level team, and basically taking them out from the top 5 battle with 11 minutes and a half to go into this race. Still being led by NOP in the overall standings. Meanwhile, the closest battle beside that is probably going to be the battle for P3 in LMGT3 as Delta Racing lost a little bit of ground to Vortex. Michael Van Luke still surviving the onslaught that is still coming in from the Delta Racing that has been driven by Leandro Toledo. So far, Vortex surviving the whole ordeal, but we're going to try to keep a look on this because this is looking kind of interesting here, Matthew. As you were coming back, there's a battle for top 5 positions in LMP3.
There is, and when you think about it as well, they're only 6 seconds off the back, or 5 seconds off the back of the podium. So if they get a move on, they could try and get onto that podium very quickly in this race as well. So battles developing in this one. in this race with 10 minutes to go. We're into that final 10 minutes, and Paddock GG, who's the car in front, have just set the fastest lap of the LMP3 session.
Not crazy. Good laps, and because the cars are getting lighter, we expect to see qualifying level laps at this moment of the race, despite the tires probably being quite degraded.
So here we go then, in LMP3. This is the battle for P4 and 5 between Ball State and that of Paddock GG, and they're only a few seconds off the back of Blue by Paul Botting Motorsport. So trying as well there to just maybe work their way onto the back of them for an extra couple of positions, and if not a podium in this championship at the very end, which would be brilliant for either one of these teams. It's been hard work for everybody out there, all teams, all drivers, strategists, team managers. With the conditions we've had today, it has been such a tricky day of racing action, hasn't it, that everybody deserves a really big pat on the back for how tricky this race has been.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy. I think this probably has been one of the worst conditions we ever witnessed in this championship in terms of racing. Real hard for anyone, and hard to predict how this one was going to go down as the laps winded down, especially the first 2 hours of this race, and also the second half of the 3 hours of this race we've had. They were fully unpredictable. Totally, unpredictable doesn't even cut it.
Yeah.
For the final hour, because the track had no rain, is getting drier by the second. It gets easier for them to go through and race on. It becomes more of a predictable dry racing. But anyway, the damage for those teams who got into a lot of issues in the rain or with the variable conditions have been done, and it's going to be hard for them to recover anything with 8 minutes remaining.
It is, but anything can happen. Never say never in this race, especially the way this race has developed today. Anything can and probably will happen in this one. You have to say it's been a great day of action all around here. Just in the chat, go W2. I'm rooting for you guys.
It's Rafael Pereira's girlfriend, actually.
There we go. There we go. So Rafael's got his partner in the chat. There is the W2 team.
Yeah, there you go. Hard day for the team, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and not quite sure where they are. You'll be able to tell us better.
They are P7, I think, in class. I think they're P6 in class.
P6 in class. There we go. And they're showing as the wrong class at the moment on the timing tower.
P9 is a lie.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the spoon. The spoon is a lie. So we are P6 in class. Just some issues that happened when the track was in the transition from dry, wet to dry. That put him in the back foot.
That's the Paul Botting Motorsport leader in LMP2 Pro-Am. They've got 22 seconds to the Pack Sim Sport car. That's coming down a little bit. There's also a fight about to develop in LMP3 for the podium between Blue by PBM, Paddock GG and Ball State have all been creeping closer to that third place spot. And there is George Watson, who's just gone off onto the grass. And he's actually lost out to Paddock GG and to Ball State. So Ball State and Paddock now are having their fight for the podium. They was 5 or 6 seconds back not 2 laps ago. And in the final 6 minutes, one of these two might end up on the podium at the end of the race.
Now looking forward to see what happened on the replay. From what it looks like, it was just a driver mistake, Paul. Matthew, what happened? George just caught up the curbing, those turtle curbs on the entry of the corner, and the cars just decided to go for a big big jump in the transition of the corners, and because of this, lost a lot of time in the process.
Well, Pack Sim Sport are 18 seconds off the back. Here comes Nathaniel Fryman trying to fight out of his American counterpart in the Paddock GG car, looking for that final podium spot in the LMP3 battle at this moment. They're well behind the Camel Llama Racing team, so it will be P3 in the end.
Really? Really though?
Really what?
So, do you think this is not going to change?
Oh, I think
the way this race is going.
This one, I mean, I think this battle is the battle to the end. I think this is. I don't think they're going to get P2, but I think this could change in the final 5 minutes, depending on this traffic at the moment. You won't want an incident here. There was a little bit of contact between the LMP2 and the LMP3, and that has put Ball State just a little bit now off the rear once again off the paddock GG Racing car. And Delta Racing, drive through penalty. Yeah. Crazy.
And they're gonna lose top 5 because of this.
Yeah, they are indeed. They are indeed. But hey, you know, anything could happen to the Rising Panda or Alpine. We've seen that them two have been in their fair share of dramas today. So anything could happen to them at the end of this race. We'll see. Couple of minutes left to go. What we're lapping? What's the leader lapping here? 1 minute 35. So we've probably got 2 laps left after this one that Marcus Byfeld, the race leader, is currently on. Remember, the race finishes when the overall leader crosses the line. And that is Marcus Byfeld. Byfeld, sorry. Spinell here is just got to be careful not to make any more of them mistakes, because he's only got a 17-second lead to play with now, so he doesn't need any errors. Just needs to think about bringing this car home at this stage.
Drive like a grandma.
Well, not necessarily that slow, but just a bit more cautious.
But I mean, that's why I meant drive like a grandma.
Fair enough. Right. Where is Byfeld? Byfeld's just coming to the final couple of corners now. There he is. So this is your overall race leader. So if this driver starts the final lap of the race, even with a second on the clock, everybody's got to complete that final lap. Unless they get lapped, obviously, by Marcus Byfeld. I think, do you know what? I think it's possibly 2 left after this still. Because,
it is 2 laps.
135.
It's 100 seconds each lap.
Yeah. So
at worst.
You know, see where he is. He's possibly got the gap to slow down a little bit to not do the extra one, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, because we've got this and possibly 2 more. He's possibly got the time to maybe just lift off a couple of seconds to make it this and the next one, and that's it.
Yeah. So 95. He's doing the 136 at the moment. So definitely he's going to be 3 to go after this one. It's this, then 2 more.
Yeah. Depending on how much he decides to yield this lap and next lap, I suppose, isn't it? Just to get to the end of this race. But what a day it's been. What a day it has been at Imola. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic day of racing. The first hour was a little slow to get the race started, but then when the race got started, in terms of all them safety, you know, that first hour full of safety cars, full of dramas, full of incidents, not many racing laps to speak of, but when we got them laps to speak of, oh my. Oh my. Battle here for overall position. Rising Panda just getting ahead of getting ahead of Paul Botting Motorsport, the LMP2 Pro Am leader. And Paul Botting here, he's not going to care about fighting that position. He's not going to care about letting them go, because Pack Simsport are only 15 seconds behind. So Sam Spinell here is just making sure that he gets to the end of this race. There's NOP. NOP's got no chance of slowing down at the end. They've just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it's kind of like, people, slow down. It's kind of like the meme.
Yes.
How about no?
Yeah. Probably listening to commentary and thinking, I'm not slowing down, I'm going to go faster to get that extra lap in.
Yeah, because the last person who thought about slowing down and actually had a massive crash was who? I'm trying to remember. Ayrton Senna did something like that in Monaco. What happened to him?
Yeah, exactly. The great man.
The GOAT, but I'm not going to get into
no, he is. No, he is. That's why my youngest son is named.
Because I know some people would say that Lance Stroll might be the GOAT. I respect everyone's opinions.
Ayrton Senna is the GOAT. That's why my youngest son's named Ayrton.
That's good.
Change it for the Rising Panda car again. Just no, so that's it. So them trying to get past one of the LMP3 cars. Right. Coming towards the Ravazza couple of corners once again here is Marcus Bidefeld with 26 seconds left on the clock. Is he slowed down? Has he sped up even more? Let's wait and see.
Nah,
We're going to get
he has to go for one more lap. If he slows down, I think it gets calculated one more lap or not based on how you approach the lap and such. So even if you wanted to slow down this lap, coming to Ravazza wouldn't be enough. You would have done one more lap, I think.
There we go. We are on the final lap of this race. And Marcus Bidefeld in an NOP team that haven't really, during that tricky phase of the race, was nowhere near the front. Had their dramas, had their issues, and looked like they're going to come away with this race win in what has been a fantastic race. And absolutely one for the ages, I'd like to say, Lorenzo.
Yeah, one of the arguably one of the greatest races I ever commentated on. One of the arguably one of the top 3 the craziest races I ever commentated on in my entire broadcasting career.
There we go, top 3, crazy. That's the Mermica car in for a final stop. This will be a quick splash and dash. Can it get out before the Rising Panda comes around, though? That's going to be the biggest question. Yes, it will do easily. Should do easily anyway.
Yeah.
As in as well come Delta Racing from P5. So they're also coming into the pit lane. In fact, so are some of the other LMGT3. So maybe they pitted a little too early and didn't get to the end. There comes Sam Spinell, leader in the LMP2 Pro-Ams. Marcus Bidefeld rounds the final corner, and NOP are going to stand once again on the top step of the podium. Marcus Bidefeld, the number 89 NOP car, wins here in Imola. The 4 hours of frantic, fantastic, chaotic racing goes the way of NOP. Pack SimSport finish a lap down in LMP2 Pro-Am. PBM Paul Botting Motorsport get the win in LMP3. Great drive from Zachary Sweeney and the team there. Sam Spinell not yet close to the line. Here comes Tiago Mello, the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang. The number 33, they win in LMGT3 from Tri-State. Good result for them. Vortex are going to somehow get on the podium after their dramas as well in this race. Gowan, third place in LMP2 Pro-Am. Turn 1, second place in LMP2.
If Sim wanted to stop the car right there, he could have and still would have gotten P1 anyway. Problem is he has to do the cool down lap.
Yeah, he's going to want to get to the end. He's going to want to take the checkered flag anyway.
He needs to, because otherwise he gets penalised.
Vortex have finished on the podium then, somehow in this race after all their dramas. Great stuff from them to see them on the podium. And here comes Sam Spinell for Paul Botting Motorsport. They're going to also be on the podium in this race. What a great drive from Sam in this one. After it looked like Pack SimSport was going to take the LMP2 Pro-Am win at one stage, Paul Botting Motorsport fight into the end, and they take an LMP2 Pro-Am and an LMP3 race win here today. So good stuff from the Paul Botting Motorsport team.
Yeah, great day for them. And we nearly saw blue for thinking we could have seen blue by PBM in the podium as well. So unfortunately not seeing one of the satellite teams in it. But anyway, I think great race from everyone. Congratulations on everyone making out in one piece or not. But what a race, man.
Oh. Lorenzo, sum up today in one word. Sum up today in one word for us.
In one word. Let me think.
Because I've got one.
That is a great question. I don't want to say mental, because I don't think mental covers this race.
No. I don't know if mine does.
Apocalyptic.
Yeah, I was just going to go for eventful. Because it has been all day. Yeah.
Someone would argue this is the equivalent. This race had wasteland or foul out levels of wasteland
Yeah.
shenanigery levels.
Yeah.
Because
It did indeed.
you had everything. The only thing you didn't have was a Nuka-Cola in the middle of the race.
So Mooney's put in our little commentary chat. He says the race was off kilter like Matthew's chair. Indeed, it is. My partner's still not back with me new one yet, so I'm still kind of sitting on a slant at the moment. We're waiting for drivers to come in. We're waiting for drivers to come in for an interview if they want one. Obviously, we don't always get drivers in for a chat. But yeah, sport. I don't know if Samuni can bring up the calendar once again for what's coming your way later in the September, though. Will be Sport Francorchamps for the 4 hours of that on September the 5th. So we've got just over a month and a half's break now. Then October the 10th, Silverstone, and Portimão on October 31st is coming your way to round off the 2026 season here of the European SportsCar Championship. Barcelona in the bag, Zandvoort in the bag, Imola in the bag. Obviously, of course, last month we did the 24 of the Circuit della South, which was a great event and really good to be a part of that one. That was fantastic and eventful at the very end as well. I believe we have got Mikael Sundström in the broadcast waiting room, so let's bring him in for a chat. Mikael, welcome in to the commentary box. You're live with us on ACV TV. I suppose the only question to ask really is talk us through a bit about that crazy race.
Do I have to? I don't know. It felt like way longer than 4 hours.
Yes, it did indeed. The first hour was nice and quiet. I suppose a few safety car interruptions that made the first hour, just tick by at a steady pace. And then the safety car came in for the third and final time in that first hour, and all hell broke loose.
Yeah. We just tried to get sort of our Christopher Silver drive time out of the way, so we could put Marcus in the car. And it, like with all the safety cars, it ended up being only 2 stints.
Yeah,
just about. But we were very unsure of whether or not that was the strategy, considering how slow we were on the wets at the end of the so going up to the 2 hour mark. And that safety car that came out just before that just helped us out tremendously, I think. Yeah,
you if you don't mind me saying, in the wet conditions, you wasn't really in this race, was you? And then the rain went away, track started to dry up, and you could just see your pace getting better and better as the track got drier and drier.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment. Christopher, it was a late, late time or late replacement, let's say.
Yeah.
We had some struggles trying to find a silver driver, but he did a really good job, and so he did what we wanted him to do, just drive around and drive safe and he wasn't that slow, but when the slicks were faster, it was a massive difference after a while.
Yeah, indeed it was. We've got a good break though now, but just over a month and a half till Spa. What's your thoughts on Spa going forward into the next one?
Yeah, it's a fantastic track. We've had a good time there before, so hopefully setup still work and we can keep that train going. We'll see. It's always a tricky, the level this year is very high, so we have to see what we can do. But it's always fun. Spa is always a good time.
It is indeed. Well, Mikael, congratulations. Excuse me. Congratulations today, and well done to you and your team.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Lorenzo, we've got a few more in the booth waiting to come in. Who'd you like to bring in for a chat?
Can I do a double whammy?
Do it, yeah.
Because they're in the same team.
Sure.
They're in the same team, so it doesn't matter if I bring them or not.
Same team, bring them both in.
So, so let me bring Ben and Zach from the same team, Po Body Motorsport. I think they had the same result, and I'll begin with Ben. In a level of battle royale to there's Lima will get me out of here. How crazy has been this race for you?
It's been really exciting. Me and Sam in LMP2, we didn't know it was going to be wet. So we logged on this morning. We had, half an hour of practice in the rain, so we just shared about 10-12 minutes each. Bolted on the wet tyres to our dry setup and just off we went. And we had a pit lane start with a drive-through penalty as well, as per the rules. Just staying out of trouble, watching the dry line form, staying away from the puddles. It was definitely challenging, but it was very exciting, especially at the end when it was about an hour to go and we realised actually we can win this. We're actually in the battle for the win. So we just chose our pit window. So we just fueled up when we could, just to avoid any safety car issues with fuel levels, and then just got it to the end. We were expecting a rain shower at the end that didn't come, so that's quite good. Sam wanted that fastest lap though. We saw everyone else had a go at it, but Sam had a lot of dry pace.
He wanted the shenanigans. He wanted.
We had to try and calm him down at the end. When the fastest laps started going, I'm like, no, I just didn't tell him.
Yeah, otherwise I'll slap you in the mouth or something like that, or something.
We did have one, the last 10 minutes that somebody or something, we spun up out the last corner. I think broadcast.
I saw
the last bit of it, but it was just traffic management that was just caught us out. So very heart in mouth, exciting final hour that was.
Yeah, absolutely. But it doesn't take away the fact that you guys won this race, and now moving forward, I think this was the debut of you guys in in this race. So what a better way to debut, because I think you guys took away from Rosso's slot into the LMP2 Pro. Still yet to be seen, because I don't know if they're gonna return to Spa or not. But if you guys go to Spa, what are your mindsets now for the second half of the championship as a whole? Are you guys confident enough in the car to have pace to get into the top 5 of the field, or you guys just taking race by race and see what it goes?
Well, on that note, actually, a big thank you to Connor Bottin for actually squeezing us an entry right at the end there. I love Spa. I love whizzing around Spa. I think this round Imola, we've really gelled with the LMP2s. Sam, our deepest hit, is his home race. He'll be quite comfortable at Spa as well. So, I'm really looking forward to it, actually. Just try and make sure everything works out and that we can actually get there. So.
Well, what matters is, I think you guys are, with this pace you guys had, you guys are going to do just fine. Ben, you and Sam, or regardless, are going to be driving the car. With that being said, congratulations. And we'll see you in about a month and a half at Spa. And with that being said, I think I'm going to ask Zach. Zach, I think you like commentary booth quite a lot, don't you?
Yeah, a little bit. It's becoming a bit of a habit that we have to come and speak to you a lot, but yeah, super happy with the result today. Overall, we maximised everything that we could. We weren't expecting it to be as wet as it was. I didn't get much practice wet or dry in, truthfully. I think dry running I got less than about 40 minutes, and then wet running it was the 10 minutes prior to qualifying. We bottled on a wet Hymo setup and ran with it for quali in the race, and yeah, let's just say that the car was very soft when the track did dry out when I jumped into the car, so it was trying not to bounce on the exit of every corner. But overall, super happy. I think in terms of raw pace, this has been our best round, both myself and Connor, who honestly smashed it today. Really good job from him.
Nice to see that high downforce setup from iRacing is providing a lot of results to people. Jokes aside, Zach, you guys round out a very good first half of the championship. Back-to-back wins. What are you guys looking forward for now that you guys are getting out of the dangerous tracks? You guys going to Spa, Silverstone, and Portimão?
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, to reflect on the first half of the season, it's been my first time in ESCC and in sort of this environment in general. The only other sort of league racing that I'd done outside of this is the British Sim Racing Cup, which, as you know, Lorenzo, wasn't as logistically eventful as this. Yeah, there was no safety cars, no full push yellows, no race control in your rear. You know, very much sprint racing format. I know how to endurance race. I know consistency is probably one of my best attributes. But yeah, Barcelona was a huge learning curve. I'd never driven the LMP3 before this season. In fact, I'd only jumped back into iRacing at the start of this year. You know me, I'm a commentator by trade, so it's been a huge learning curve, and we've just gotten stronger and stronger. Barcelona was our opportunity to learn, and we realised that having me in at the start of the race didn't allow us to maximise any opportunities at the end, so we sorted that out for Zandvoort. Obviously, Zandvoort happened, Connor disconnected on the first lap, and we just got our head down and somehow managed to bag a miracle victory. And then today it was all on merit. We didn't need luck, we didn't need other people's misfortune. We just drove fast, kept our nose clean, and won the race. So the first 3 rounds of this season have been nothing short of fantastic, and to get a pole and 2 wins, we cannot complain with. We extend our lead in the championship, and then there is one round I have to miss. I think it's Silverstone, which I'm gutted about because I love the track. But Spa and Portimão, I'm buzzing for. They are 2 brilliant circuits. So our aim is going to be more of the same, and to represent Connor and of course his late dad as best as possible. I'm sure he's loving seeing his son doing so well from up high. But yeah, for Connor, it's just to have his dad's name represented as high up the field as possible, and for both in the P2s and in the P3s, I'm just glad that we could have brought it home as well as we did.
Zachary Sweeney, the proof that commentators somehow, some way, they can still drive and somehow win races. Yeah. Hey, you're right in it, so I cannot complain. I cannot complain, mate. You guys done very well in this championship. Congratulations to both you and Ben once again on the win in your respective categories, and we'll see you in about a month and a half in Spa.
Cheers, Lorenzo. Take care. In a bit, mate.
I believe we can bring in Tiago Mello for the final interview of the day. Tiago, welcome into the commentary box. You're live on ACB TV. Tricky race out there tonight, but obviously you managed to get the race win in LMGT3.
Thank you, Matthew and Lorenzo and Samuel. This race was incredible. The car was feeling amazing. We had some difficulties during the rain in the start of the race. The car was very slippery, but we managed to keep the control, and when the track started to dry, we could put the dry tires, and the car was flying. The car was flying. The Henrique Gomez was also flying in the dry conditions, very well driving from here. And our spotter Danilo Vaz was perfect in the strategy too. So I thank Day for the win, and I take Igor Gugel, who did a very well job too. So that's incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible. It was close at the end though. You was having a bit of a fight with the BMW towards the end with about half an hour to go of that race. Then managed to keep him behind you and pull away at the end. And you had a good gap to cross the line to win that race. It was pretty comfortable.
Yeah, the car was very good. I tried to open the gap a little bit and then save some fuel after the gap. So yeah, I managed to save that fuel to finish the race and keep a good pace to keep this distance bigger.
Indeed. We've got Spa coming up next in just over a month. What do you think you can do around Spa?
It's gonna be a little bit difficult because the Mustang there is very dangerous. So it will be a very difficult car to make a setup. But we will try to keep the pace we had today and try to to fight for another good race, another good result.
Well, congratulations today. Well done on the race win, and we'll catch you next time.
Just to finalize, I would like to thank the sponsors of the team. I Predictor, Dano Design, LM95 TV, and Felipe Giro, videos editor. So thank you, sponsors, and see you next time.
Indeed. Congratulations, buddy. Enjoy that one, Thiago, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you. See ya.
Well, Lorenzo, I think it's safe to say we've experienced quite a traumatic, eventful, and fun Imola here for round number 3, which marks the halfway stage of the season. We'll be back in a month and a half's time for Spa-Francorchamps, which will be round number 4 as we enter into the second half of the championship for the European SportsCar 2026 season. Lorenzo, thanks again for joining me in the commentary box. Been an absolute pleasure as always.
As pleasure as always. Looking forward for Spa, which might be my potential final race. I'm not gonna lie. I might do a participation as a driver. Might be my final race before I become a dad, because that is. Yeah, that might actually come between the October 10th and 31. I don't know when my baby's due to come, but it's going to be in October, so I have to be ready.
You have to be ready indeed. I know all about that. If you are in the commentary box with us, great. If you're on track, great. If you're not, hopefully all goes well for you and your partner on the birth of your baby. But thank you once again for joining me in the box. Samuli Kumo as well,
Pleasure.
who's bringing you all the action today, camera-wise, throughout that epic race. But we'll be back in just over a month and a half here on ACV TV. From me, Lorenzo, and Samuli, thank you all for watching. Goodbye.